You've been watching a total lunar eclipse here on timeanddate.com. The partial phase is ending about now. We've got 3 telescope feeds still going strong. We know that the sun has just risen in the moon has just risen in Perth, Australia, in Hawaii, in Waimea. It's still pretty much overhead, and in Tucson, Arizona, we can see that the image is kind of wobbly there. It means that the moon is quite low in the sky. It's going through has to go through some thick horizon there, some thick atmosphere on the horizon. And we've got, I don't think it's clouds, I think it's trees, cactuses. I think that's what Stefan told us in the break. So that's starting to cover up the moon there as it's setting in Tucson, Arizona. There's always something interesting in the sky, so keep an eye on our social media channels, our news articles, and our night sky map is a really great tool to go in and look at planets, look at the moon, look at the sun, and look at their position in relation to each other. So there's a lot of fun going on in the sky.
As you say, Anna, there's always something interesting in the sky. Back in September, Time and Date was at the Europlanet Science Congress, which is it's a big annual get-together of planetary scientists and astronomers and science communicators. We were chairing a session on astronomy outreach and using live broadcasts of things like eclipses, to do outreach to the public. We also did a small presentation on some of the astronomy highlights coming up throughout the 2020s and 2030s, over the next 20 years or so. We were looking at notable eclipses that were coming up, and also some notable conjunctions and close approaches where planets appear to get close together in the sky. And by the way, on the screen there, that definitely looks like the moon setting behind some trees. There in Tucson. That's
some beautiful leaves going on there.
That is quite a spectacular moon set.
Interrupted by the moon.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, we were talking about close approaches of planets. Yes, we were highlighting some of the forthcoming closest approaches. One of them is happening very soon, in January. In fact, on January 22nd next year, there is a close approach between Venus and Saturn in the early evening sky. And I think we can just very quickly bring up an image from our night sky map, which is showing the view from New York on the evening of January 22nd. This is at 17:30 local time. We can see a very thin crescent moon just about to set. And above that, there is that very bright star. That in fact is not a bright star. That in fact is 2 planets very close together. That is Venus and Saturn. They will be separated by just 1/3 of a degree in the sky, which is extremely close.
How did you do it, with your little finger?
Right, so 1 degree is kind of the width of your little finger at arm's length. So 1/3 of the width of your little finger at arm's length will be the distance between Venus and Saturn in the sky. Yes, we have, as you say, there's always something interesting happening. So yes, it's good to keep an eye on our social media channels, on our news pages, and on our website for everything that's happening in astronomy.
But unfortunately, we're nearing the end of this eclipse, and what an eclipse it has been. And we owe it to our beautiful and very talented partners that we've been working with several times now. So in Hawaii, we've got Ichi Tanaka and his team at the Subaru Asahi Star Camera. They're the ones that gave us that beautiful wide angle of the sky with the dome there on the side. Also in Hawaii, the Starry Nights. And we're all still looking at images of the moon from Waimea, Hawaii. That's Preeti, Krishnamurti, and Avinash Surendran there. In Perth, we were talking to Matt. He's our favourite Australian. He was with Perth Observatory. I think, yep, we got the moon up there right in time. In New York, Kat Troche from the Amateur Astronomers Association was streaming us images of the moon there, and the moon has set in New York. Alas, in San Diego, Dave Decker and Gary Hawkins, their 5th time working with us, they had to just give it up. San Diego Astronomy Association did not have any good luck with the clouds this year. Peggy Boleyn, we just talked to her, and her colleagues at Roswell Astronomy Club have been really helpful, making Stefan Thorsen and Konstantin Bikos very, very comfortable and happy there in Roswell, Australia. And there they are in Tucson, Arizona. We see moon is covered by leaves there. They can finally get some rest. So thank you so much to Konstantin Bikos and Stefan Thorsen at the Time and Date Marble Observatory in Arizona. As always, check out our newsfeed on timeanddate.live. We put all kinds of resources there, links to our astronomy tools, our night sky map, all the good things that we do here at Time and Date. And make sure to subscribe to YouTube. We've got solar eclipses coming out of our ears next year, so we're excited about that. We're going to leave you with these gorgeous pictures on the screen. But from me, Anna Buckle and Graham Jones, we'll see you in April. Time and Date, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Stefan.
Hi, Anna.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events.
And we ordered the Devil's Horn just for you.
Now, we have to say thank you very much for your images tonight.
We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events.
That is a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on Time and Day. And subscribe to join us next time.
Good morning and welcome to our live coverage at Lowell Observatory of the November 8th solar eclipse. It's a great day today because we've got eclipse coverage for the next 3 hours. Plus, when we're done, then we can go vote. So this is such a big day. It's going to be a long day for a lot of people between doing this moon stuff and the election. My name is Kevin Schindler. I'm a historian and public information officer at Lowell Observatory. And I'm joined by the incomparable John Compton, geologist, educator, and why don't you introduce yourself?
What up, nerds? It's me, John. I do all kinds of things up here on the hill.
John, how long have you been working here?
I think like 6 years, maybe.
6 years.
Like that.
Yeah, people stay here for a long time. So John is just getting started in some ways, but he's got such a great background in moon studies, in science and education. So for the next 3 hours, we're going to be hosting this program and talking about the eclipse. Some of these terms that you hear, the penumbral and umbral, what all that stuff means. We'll talk about Flagstaff's long heritage connected to the moon, moon studies, astronaut training that's still going on today in preparation for the next crewed missions to the moon. And then we're just going to take some really cool looks at the moon because the weather looks great right now. I'm just looking at our feed. Yeah, the moon looks great. And John, we've just started.
See it right up there.
Yes, it's back there. I know we need to be doing this outside. So we're now the partial eclipse has started.
Yeah.
But there's different phases of the eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
There's penumbral, there's umbral, there's total. Let's talk about that a little bit. What all that means.
So and we do have plenty of fun videos that we're going to go into that might answer some of these things as well. But hopefully we'll clear up any confusion and maybe throw some shade your way. So the eclipse is caused right now by Earth's shadow, basically casting a shadow on the moon, right? So the sun's behind us, and the shadow of the Earth is kind of making like shadow puppets on the moon, realistically, but it can only do one, and it's a big circle. So umbral and penumbral are the terms for when we're partially covered and fully covered. So penumbral means we're partially covered. Umbral, like the umbra, right, is the fully sort of covered area when we're fully covered by the shadow. And because I'm a word nerd, so like penumbra, pen just means almost. So like penultimate and penitent and things like that. And then umbra literally means shade. So like when you talk about like having umbrage with something, you literally mean throwing shade. And like it's where we get umbrella. So the penumbra is the almost shade, and then the umbra is the shade, which I think is fun.
And then if everything is right,
Mm-hmm.
then we have totality.
Yeah.
And in a little bit, we're going to hear from Rezi Balko, who's going to talk about what a lunar eclipse is. But we thought we introduce a few terms right now, just to kind of get the feel for it. And this is how it's going to go for the next 3 hours. We're going to keep sharing live views of the moon. We're going to hear from a bunch of our educators about different aspects of the moon, the eclipse, what it means, and also look to the future of exploration. We know about, or most of us probably are familiar with the astronauts who walked on the moon and explored the moon 50 years ago. In fact, the last crewed mission to the moon was 50 years ago in December. And so that seems like a lifetime ago. If you were living back in the 1960s, it had been 50 years since World War I, and that was ancient history to a lot of people, especially kids. So, for younger generations now, Apollo program is ancient history.
Yeah.
But we're doing it again, and Flagstaff plays such a big role with geologists like Jim Skinner and Lauren Edgar helping train the astronauts. And in fact, NASA was just in town a couple weeks ago. So we're going to talk about all that stuff, share several videos. We're also going to be answering questions as we go along. We'll try to get to them either at an appropriate time or somewhere along the feed. So we'll try to get to as many of those as we can. In fact, we have a couple right now we can get started, and we'll probably be answering these similar questions throughout, but we also expect our viewership to change as, we're going to stay up the whole time, not everybody else necessarily will. So let's let's start with this first question. Can you explain the why and how of when we see your, let me try that again in English. Why do we see a red moon? Why does it appear red color?
So I do believe our first video is going to go into this in more detail. So I'll give you like a teaser trailer version. Sunsets. Okay. No. It's basically the only light that's hitting the moon from the sun is going through Earth's atmosphere. And so it's going, the light's going basically around the Earth and hitting the moon and illuminating it, right? There's no like backsplash to illuminate it. It's just our sun. And our sun shines light, and some of it makes it around the Earth. And the same reason that a sunset looks red, right? When the light passes through the atmosphere, it gets refracted. You get what's called Rayleigh scattering. I'm sure we'll go into more detail in the video. But then, so the only light that's hitting the moon is sunset light. So it looks red.
And we'll hear more about that when Rezi gets her video. And again, we'll have videos throughout the evening. And we're going to hear from Rezi in about 10 minutes or so. But maybe, John, since we'll be here for the next 3 hours, let's talk a little bit about our backgrounds. What's your background, and what's your especially related to the moon?
So my background is actually in physics, physics and math, with a minor in geology. And then I've taken some extra geo courses, kind of why I moved up here to Flagstaff. Flagstaff's a really, really good analogous setting to the moon, which is why so many lunar missions came here. Our rock types are very similar to the rock types you'd find on the moon, and so there's a big geology base out here dealing with like extraterrestrial exploration, right? But yeah, I'm just a big rock nerd.
And what's your special interest in the moon? What got that started?
Oh, I just think it's really cool. Mm-hmm. It's full of fun rocks. I worked on some data involving Pluto and other things, and the moon's a really, really interesting source. The moon came from the Earth, and so you can learn a lot about Earth's history by studying the moon because it's geologically inactive.
Right.
I just love it.
I have a similar geology background, sort of. I was picking blackberries when I was 7 years old, mm-hmm. and I found a fossil of a brachiopod, as I know now, and I was hooked. Yeah. And so when I got to high school, my favorite teacher, I had some really good teachers, but the one that made the biggest impact was Mr. Leggett. I think we all had a Mr. Leggett probably, but he was an earth science teacher, mm-hmm. and he was so much fun and inspiring that I went to school where he went to, just because I wanted to follow his footsteps and do geology. And he was an upstanding teacher, but I focused on paleontology and worked at a museum in Florida Museum of Natural History, then ended up here at Lowell Observatory. And somewhere along the way, started learning about the astronaut training and all the stuff that's still going on here. And it's such a thriving community. Yeah. Flagstaff has, of course, Lowell Observatory. There's the U.S. Naval Observatory, mm-hmm. the U.S. Geological Survey, Northern Arizona University, those 4 major research centers that do all sorts of planetary studies and beyond. But the moon has been a focus of study. The USGS was brought here in the early 60s specifically to go to the moon. And the Naval Observatory and all the others were involved in Apollo in some way. Mm-hmm. And so the fact that we're going back, people going back, and Flagstaff is still involved, is pretty fun stuff.
Do we have a lunar USGS? Is that true?
A lunar USGS?
Mm-hmm. I've heard rumor that our USGS is designated a lunar USGS.
I have not heard that term. It was, the original name was the astrogeology branch, because astrogeology was, that was the study of getting to the moon. That's what they were preparing for. So it'll be interesting to see how it develops down the road, as we go back. And we'll talk about this more about exploring the moon. But next week, the 14th, is Artemis 1 is scheduled again to launch. And if all goes well, 2024 will be a crewed launch around the moon. And then if all goes well, 2025, we could be walking on the moon again. And, you know, it's so neat that we say every astronaut who's walked on the moon is trained here in Flagstaff. And that'll continue to be the case probably, because those astronauts training are still training here. And, you know, this is the second total lunar eclipse we have this year, but the last one until 2025.
Yeah.
And it's exciting to think the next time we have one is also potentially the year that we're going to be walking on the moon again.
That is cool.
It's going to be a pretty cool moon year, I think. And it's also we're going to be opening our new Astronomy Discovery Center in 2024. And so our programming is going to be really great to share that, share the moon stuff. It's going to be, you know, it's like a whole new era, it feels like.
I mean, you can come up here to Flagstaff, you know, to the Grand Canyon, come visit us at Lowell Observatory, and then just go outside and play in the area that is basically an almost perfect playground replica of what the lunar surface is like, with you know, all the cinders out there acting like the regolith, and like all the very, very comparable rock types. So you can plan a fun vacation around coming up here and visiting our ADC, and then playing on the moon.
There's so much. There's going to be so much going on, and so we're really looking forward to that. We're also looking forward to tonight, the next 2.5 hours, our coverage, just to give some time. And all these times are in Flagstaff time, Mountain Standard Time, or Arizona time in general. It's a lot easier now that we're off daylight savings. It's not quite as confusing. But so the partial eclipse has begun. Totality begins in about 50 minutes.
To answer one of the questions, that's around when it'll be fully red, right? Because that's when the only light coming through is going around the Earth.
Yeah. So it'll be total from 3:16 to 4:41. So almost an hour and a half, which is pretty long. That's the longest one that we're going to have for years. And then it goes out of totality at 4:41. So that's a pretty long time to be watching it. We're not going to watch the complete partial on the other end because we start getting daylight coming up.
Yeah.
But you know, the cool part is always leading up to it, and then totality. And then I think once it starts going partial again, everybody's ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
It's the lead up to it. But you know, we'll go to Resi in just a couple minutes, but maybe just a quick thought about the difference between the lunar eclipse and the solar eclipse.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have the next great American eclipse is 2024. In fact, we're going to be setting up in Texas, in Waco, and we're working with Baylor University, City of Waco, Discovery. It's going to be a really great event down there. So what's the difference between those two, lunar eclipse and solar eclipse?
Yeah, sure. Oh, and happy birthday, Lieutenant M and Hina. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
So the difference between a lunar and a solar eclipse is basically where the moon is and where Earth is compared to the sun. So the sun is just the light source. Just treat it like that. If the next one in line is Earth, right, then Earth's shadow is shining on the moon, and that's a lunar eclipse, right? But if it's the other way around, if it's the sun and then the moon is next and then Earth, it's a solar eclipse, right? So the moon's shadow is shining on the Earth. And from our perspective, what that looks like is someone covering the light up. And then we're basking in that umbral shadow, that shade that's being thrown by the moon. But from our perspective, it looks like the sun is being blocked by the moon. And the same would be true if you were on the moon during a lunar eclipse. It would look like Earth was covering up the moon, or covering up the sun, the light source. So it's just who's throwing the shadow onto which source. But it's always the sun. Right?
So a lunar eclipse only happens a full moon, and a solar eclipse only a new moon.
Right. Just because where they have to be in their order.
Okay, so we're gonna, in just a minute, we're gonna play our first video. We'll hear from Resi. It's about a 7-minute video about what an eclipse is. And during that video and after, and in fact, throughout the entire coverage, for those watching, send in your questions and we'll be glad to get those again. You can send them in via the YouTube chat, and then our crack team behind the scenes, Nate and Cody, Sarah and Heather, and our all-star educators will help get us to those questions.
Yeah, hopefully, any questions you have from the videos, we can do deep dives into the particular things that you like the most.
Yeah, so we want to make this as interactive as possible. And of course, I keep looking at my phone where I've got the image of the moon, and sometime in between we're going to have to actually step outside to see it, because it's just a fun thing to see. And a lunar eclipse is great because you don't need anything special. I mean, you have to be able to look up and see. You need clear skies, but otherwise, you just look up. You don't need special technology or anything. So a lot of great stuff. We touched on a little bit what an eclipse is. So let's now hear from Rezi Balko in this 7-minute video.
Hello, I'm Rezi, Public Program Supervisor here at Lowell Observatory, and I am here to answer the question, what is a lunar eclipse? So we have our lunar eclipse happening tonight. We're moving closer and closer to it. As the moon rises, it's going to be moving into the Earth's umbra, the darkest part of the Earth's shadow. All right, so let's go ahead and jump on in. What is a lunar eclipse? Well, to talk about lunar eclipses, it helps to understand the phases of the moon. So down here, I have a sun, I have an Earth, that's us. I've got a moon right here. And so basically, let's start with talking about moon phases. When I was a kid, I thought that the moon phases were caused by the Earth's shadow. Here would be like a round shadow. I thought, okay, you've got a crescent moon, here's the Earth's shadow, bam, beautiful crescent. But that doesn't actually make sense, right? Because we also get a half moon, and to get a half moon, you have to have this like straight line running through the moon. Well, the Earth is round, so we don't have any straight lines, right? Our shadow would be a circle. And so moon phases, right, they're not caused by the Earth's shadow, they're caused by the moon's shadow. We have our sun right here, it's shining light this way, so I'll draw a little arrow, and that's the one that's going to light up part of the moon. And then the moon's own shadow, right? There's no sun casting light down here. So the moon's own shadow is what causes that dark part of the moon. So let's go ahead and introduce Earth here. So for example, right here, if you're on Earth, you would not see a moon, and the moon would be up in the daytime. That's a new moon. As we come to over here, you would only be able to see a little teensy sliver of the moon. From right here, if you're on Earth, you would see half of the moon. From over here, you would see a full moon, and it keeps going with half a moon, another crescent, and then new moon. So those are how the moon phases work. They're caused by the moon's shadow, not the Earth's shadow, as the sun is shining on only half of the moon. If that's the case though, then when we're at this point right here, this full moon, you would think, well, then wouldn't Earth cast a shadow? It's between the sun and the moon. But we're working right now with like a piece of paper, right? This is 2-dimensional space. We live in 3-dimensional space. That means that we don't just go like side to side or side to side, we can also go up and down. And this is what happens, right? The moon is orbiting around the Earth, it's making a little circle, but he's not orbiting on a perfect flat plane. If the Earth is up here a little bit, our moon is sometimes further up, sometimes it's further down, and it kind of circles more like this. So that means for our average full moon, the Earth is actually maybe up here a little bit. And so the sun is still gonna shine directly on the moon, light up the whole thing for us, we still see a full moon. Or maybe Earth's down here and the moon's a little bit up here. But when we get a lunar eclipse, they are on the same plane. They are on this exact same level, and that means that our sun light now does pass through the Earth's shadow does get cast on the moon. So this is then where we get a lunar eclipse as our shadow moves over that moon. Now, this is a dark circle, right? And you'll notice when we're looking at our lunar eclipse tonight that the moon doesn't just look dark, it actually looks red. So let's talk about where we get that red coloration. So our sun is shining light on Earth, right? And it's casting a shadow out on the moon. So we've got our sunlight coming, whew, sunlight. Our light is being filtered through the side of the Earth. And what's happening along here? This would be daytime on this side, nighttime on this side. So day, because that's where the sun is. Night, because this is where just like black space is. So that means that the sunlight is coming through these bits right here where day and night meet. And what's happening on Earth where day and night meet? Well, we're having sunsets. Light scatters. Different wavelengths of light, different colors, they scatter different amounts. You can see this visual that we're gonna put up here in just a second, and you can see that the blue light, which has a shorter wavelength, it scatters more than the red light. So this is what causes our sunsets, right? All of the blue light that is normally filling up our whole atmosphere is scattered around, so we get this beautiful blue sky. All of that gets scattered away, and instead we start to see red, and that's what happens at sunset. Now, because the sun's light is coming at the moon from this direction, it's hitting that sunset part, and the blue light is like going like pew in this direction. And then the other colors, you know, they're going less and less as we go through like green and then like yellow. And then what ends up happening is the red light comes through this way, and it's all that remains. So instead of getting a dark moon, as we move through Earth's umbra, the darkest part of Earth's shadow, we actually get a red moon. And what I think is neat about this is that, I think it was NASA put it this way last year for a lunar eclipse. They said that the moon is red because we're looking through all of Earth's sunsets all at once. So not only are we looking at our own shadow when we look at this lunar eclipse, we're also looking at all of the Earth's sunsets, all of the Earth's sunrises that are going on at that moment, all at once, projected onto the moon. So that's where we'll get that red coloration.
Well, thanks, Rezi, for that video, and we'll take some questions if anybody has any. We've got a couple coming in. Why is the next eclipse not until 2025? Go ahead.
No, thanks. It's just the way that, you know, you have three bodies in motion, and they all have to line up right for there to be an eclipse. You know, and sometimes it'll be like, here's the sun, and the moon will be like a little bit too far down, right? And so we'll miss it. And then eventually its orbit kind of moves around, the tilt of it moves around to where it's just perfectly in line for an eclipse.
And I think on average, it's something like every year and a half, on average, is a total lunar eclipse. And then there are partial ones. So the next total one will be 2025. We'll have some partial ones before then. Yeah. And of course, solar eclipses also, which aren't as common. And here's a question coming in: why are lunar eclipses more common than solar eclipses?
Oh, just because the moon orbits the Earth.
And there's an interesting thing with the size also. We live in a great time for solar eclipses.
Yeah.
Because the apparent size of the sun as seen from Earth is the same as the apparent size of the moon. They look exactly the same, even though the sun is so much bigger, it's also further away. And we just happen to live during a time when they're the same size, so the sun can be completely covered. But what happens down the road is because the moon is moving away from us. What is it, 4 inches or 4 centimeters, something like that a year? Like yeah, small amount a year.
Oh, Sarah wants me to correct. The reason that there are more lunar eclipses than solar eclipses is because we're looking at the thing that has the shadow on it for the lunar eclipse. So you can see it from anywhere, right? And so it's more common to have one in your area, I guess. But a solar eclipse, you have to have the shadow being cast go right over you to see it. If you were on the moon, it would be the opposite would be true, right? And they'd be so in theory they're just as common, but for any given place to be able to see it, it is much more common to see the lunar eclipse. So that's a great correction. Thank you.
And that gets into something interesting. Some research that we do here at the observatory for years is occultation research. When we're studying shadows, when something like the moon or passes in front of a distant star, or maybe Pluto passes in front of a distant star, when it passes in front, that starlight is blinked out. And by timing how long it's blinked out, for instance, you can measure the diameter of the body, and that's how Pluto's atmosphere was discovered and the rings of Uranus were discovered. So studying those shadows and understanding how bodies move in space is really important. Dr. Larry Wasserman, one of our astronomers here, has spent his entire career predicting when these things are going to happen. And Larry is so great because he's been here since the 1970s. I think he's our longest tenured staff member now. And he is such a computer nerd in terms of doing all these predictions, running programs and stuff. But he also is out in the field. He's been all over the world chasing shadows.
Yeah.
And it's remarkable. And he still does this.
I went on one of those. It was fun.
It's a blast.
It was really cool. You basically hang out and go camping with a really cool telescope and time exactly when you see the shadow. And you're like, well, I did my part. And it's really like tiny. It's nothing. It's like a bleep, bleep, there, it's recorded. But then everyone gets their data all together. And then it's basically the pixels of an image. And then you could see the body moving in front and get a really good idea of the shape of it and all that kind of stuff. It was really cool. It was like, well, I've got my little timer thing, and they put it all together. It was really fun.
And you spend more time on the preparation and the after than the
So
actual
much more.
And if everything isn't perfect, you spend a lot of time and potential money getting nothing. But it's really some great research going on there. So we've got a couple of questions coming in. One from Tiger Gilbert, Sunset Crater and how it's similar to the moon.
So it's not super similar, but there's a weird history for it. So so Sunset Crater is a volcanic feature. So volcano goes boom, collapses a little bit. I think it's a collapsed area. Mostly Sunset Crater is. And for a long time, people thought that the craters on the moon were volcanic features. There were what's called calderas, which is the sort of like leftover, the collapsed, structure. Like, so what's the thing that you cook that collapses? If you jiggle, yeah. So they thought it was basically like souffle that collapsed. Right, and a lot of it has to do with they see these resurgent peaks. You might be able to see one in the view now, which is like a little mountain in the middle. And they said, well, that usually forms when a crater collapses, but there's still heat underneath. It kind of like still bubbles it up and it tries to rise again. The big ones you can see it on are like Tycho and Copernicus craters on the moon, but you can see it on top of them. But people thought for a long, long time that, okay, these are very circular craters. They've got this resurgent peak. If they were from impacts, they assumed they would have like these slashes from them coming in at different angles. They'd be, like oval shaped. But we now know that that the lunar ones are pretty much all impact craters. We don't see any volcanic type ones like that on the moon. And the resurgent peak is just because whatever hit it so hard, it rippled the ground and kind of propped it up at the end. And the reason that they're circular is because we found out that when an impact hits, it's not that it's going bloop and making a little shape. It's penetrating the surface and then detonating, blowing this giant, perfectly spherical sort of detonation, which causes a little circle.
And that Tiger brings up a great point about Sunset Crater, because geologists in the 60s were saying the same thing.
Mhm.
And in fact, one geologist named Gene Shoemaker, among others, as NASA had declared that we're going to go to the moon, the goal was to beat the Russians. It was all political. It was the moon race, part of the bigger, the space race was part of the bigger Cold War. And so scientists, or so the NASA said we're going to go to the moon, and scientists like Gene Shoemaker said, wait a minute, if we're going to spend all this time and money to go there, and all we're doing is planting the flag and thumbing our nose at the Russians, what a wasted opportunity. We should do science. And if we're going to do science, we need to train these guys.
Mhm.
And so Gene Shoemaker, again, was one of the pushers on this. He brought the U.S. Geological Survey astrogeology branch here in the early 60s. And in fact, in 1963, the next 9 group of astronauts, that included Neil Armstrong and Jim Lovell and others, they came to do a test to see if it would be worth training, do geology training. And they went to Meteor Crater as an excellent analog to a lunar crater. They went to Sunset Crater for similar reasons, as well as to look at the volcanic rocks. Kim Falol will talk about this stuff a little bit later, but Sunset Crater was really critical to preparing to go to the moon. And in fact, later on, the USGS built a simulated crater field. Based on images of the moon. They made a crater field that looked like lunar surface in terms of the craters. And the first field they made is now part of a registered landmark area that's protected. So Sunset Crater has played a really nice role with that. And it continues to, because the modern astronauts are still coming out and training in some of the same places. Go ahead.
Well, you said, speaking of Tycho Crater, and then you mentioned thumbing your nose. I thought you were going to make a reference to
Tycho's nose.
Tycho's nose. Weird dude. Had a castle, not in castle times, and had a sword duel with some friends one night at a party, and his nose right off.
And then he had a prosthetic nose that he made a different, and depending on if he was meeting the unwashed or royalty, he had a different nose.
Yeah.
I think it was gold. He had a couple that made of different material.
Real metal dude.
So here's a question from Steve. What year did the first Men on the Moon come out? And that was a sci-fi movie that came out in 1964. And I remember that because that's the year I shouldn't admit this, but that's the year I was born. And that's the only year, in fact, from when we started going to space in 1961 till 1972, the last missions on the moon. That's the only year we didn't have missions, because we first had the Mercury missions, and then starting in 1965, the Gemini missions. So there's so many great sci-fi movies and moon-themed movies out there. And I'll also mention that just a couple minutes at 2:50, we're going to take about 10 minutes, and just so you can look at the moon, and we're also going to take a jump outside and look at it ourselves, because we're seeing it on the screen, but we're kind of nerdy and we want to see the real thing. So we'll take a couple more questions before we get to that. Let's see, somebody's asking if you can see the eclipse in India.
No, sorry, it's daytimey there.
Yeah, it's just the location thing. Let's see. And later on we can pull up a map that shows where the eclipse is visible. And luckily here where we are in northern Arizona in Flagstaff, it's a great location. We had the last total lunar eclipse was in May, and it was about as well timed as possible because it was an early evening. The kids could stay up and see part of it.
Bash, little champagne jam.
Yeah,
it was fun.
But now it's great for late nighters. My daughter might be out working right now, hopefully taking a look at it. But otherwise, you have to be a little committed, or should be committed, if you're going to this long to do this. So we'll take a look in just a couple minutes. And somebody commented about Low Observatory and Pluto. We're talking about the moon, but we have such a really unique heritage here at Lowell Observatory. Lowell was established in 1894, which is 18 years before our state, Arizona, was even established. It was Arizona Territory. And the observatory was founded by a guy named Percival Lowell, who was interested in proving the existence of intelligent life on Mars. Well, through the years, so much important research was done here. The first evidence of the expanding universe was detected on the telescope that's about, 75 yards from where we're sitting right now. That's the telescope that Percival Lowell used, and also one that visitors can look through at night, our 24-inch refractor. In 1930, Clyde Tombaugh famously discovered Pluto. He was 24 years old, and he discovered Pluto, culminating a search for a ninth planet that had started 25 years earlier. So there's so much heritage here, but what's so neat is those aren't just historic footnotes. That's the foundation for what's still happening today, our research going on. And we're going to talk more about that later on. I think now we're going to take a little break and just enjoy some views of the moon. We'll be back in about 10 minutes and play another video about supermoons and orbits with Dylan Chapman. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
Enjoy that, Bella Luna.
Hi, I'm Dylan, an educator here at Lowell Observatory. Have you ever heard of a supermoon before? I'm going to talk a little bit about the moon's orbit and how it explains where this idea of a supermoon comes from. So what keeps us here on the Earth and the moon orbiting around it is gravity. The mass of the Earth warps space-time, kind of like a heavy bowling ball on a trampoline. And so this causes what we perceive as the force of gravity, drawing things towards it and allowing for orbits around it. The moon takes about 27.3 days to go around the Earth once, and this is known as the moon's sidereal period. It takes a little bit longer to go from full moon to full moon because the Earth is also moving around the sun, and so that comes in at just under a month at 29.5 days. The moon, as with most things in the universe, doesn't orbit in a perfect circle. Rather, it orbits in an ellipse. And so this means at one point in the moon's orbit, it's a little bit closer to the Earth, and at one point it's a little bit further away. At its furthest, the moon is about 253,000 miles from the Earth. This is known as apogee. And at its closest, the moon is about 226,000 miles away from the Earth. And that is known as perigee. So to put this into perspective, the moon on average is about 3 billion cans of beans from the Earth, but its distance varies by about 400 million cans of beans. And this animation shows that change in distance. It's also worth mentioning that all this is happening at a slight tilt. Sometimes the moon will be a little bit above or below how the Earth orbits around the sun. And that's actually why we don't have eclipses more often. So let's get this back to supermoons. Now, what causes a supermoon is when the full moon matches up with when the moon is at perigee, when it's at its near point. Because it's a little bit closer, it can appear slightly larger in the sky and also brighter, but despite its name being supermoon, the difference between a supermoon and any other full moon isn't always all that obvious. So let's say we wanted to see the moon as large and as bright as we possibly could. Well, there's a couple things that you could do. For one thing, the way that we see the moon in the sky actually changes depending on where you are on the Earth. Now, here's a picture of a supermoon when it's near the horizon and also when it's high up in the sky. And because of the Earth's rotation, bringing the second image a few thousand miles closer to the moon, it actually appears slightly larger. Another thing you could do is be near the equator, and the Earth isn't actually a perfect sphere. It actually bulges out near the equator, which would bring you slightly closer to the moon, further from the center of the Earth. All right, so now you know what a supermoon is, how to get the most out of one, and a little bit more about the moon's orbit. And I just want to say thank you to our members and donors for making all this possible.
Well, we're back. Hope you enjoyed the view and the video. And if you have any questions, again, please send those in. Again, I'm John Compton. We're educator and expert on the moon. And I'm Kevin Schindler, the historian at Lowell Observatory. And we're just delighted to have you with us here. I got a message from Haley Johnson, who's watching from up at the Grand Canyon. So thanks for tuning in and also taking a look. And Rich Bonner down in Cottonwood, also both setting up his own telescope, taking pictures, and also tuning us in. So thanks for joining us, and thanks to all our donors and supporters who make this sort of thing possible. Lowell Observatory, we're a nonprofit organization, and our mission is to communicate science. We do that through research, through our outreach programs, and it's a partnership. It's a partnership with donors, with community, a Flagstaff community, with the science community, with the informal science. We have a lot of different partners, and it's really a thrill to be able to work with so many different groups. So thank you for your support, and thanks everybody for joining us. And also, if you're watching, sometime during the broadcast, take a minute and send in a comment. Let us know where you're watching from, because we know we have several thousand people tuning in right now, but it'd be interesting to see where you're watching from. So we're gonna chat a little bit. We're getting kind of excited here because Totality is only 11 minutes away. So we're gonna chat for a little bit, and then we'll take a little break as Totality starts. So let's until then, let's take some questions. Here's one. What's in the media? You've probably seen that this is called the Beaver Moon, or the Beaver Red Moon, Blood Red Moon, different nicknames. So let's talk about what that nickname, the Beaver Moon, means.
So I don't know about the Beaver Moon itself, but I do know that each full moon has a different name because it was used as an early calendar system, right? And a lot of times they are associated with the names are associated with things common for that month, I guess. There's it's not coincidence that there's roughly 12 full moons, roughly, and that many months, right? It was used as an early calendar system, just like the zodiac was used as an early calendar system. Either people that were lunar centric or stellar centric when they were kind of figuring out these things. I feel like the full moon is easier to track for me because you don't have to be up at night. You can see like, hey, it's going through its phases. It's new moon. It's waxing and waning, and then you can sort of guess, hey, that's when the full moon will be. You know why specifically Beaver though?
Yeah, well, then like you were saying, that each one has a specific one, and it kind of has to do with something that's happening that month. Like the harvest moon in October is harvest time. The Beaver Moon, there's a couple different ideas of what that comes from. One is that it's when the trappers would set the traps for the beavers, or also when the beavers are most active before winter sets in. So it has something to do with activities of beaver. So it's just a general nickname. It's not scientific. It's part of the culture, and how people have looked at the sky to tell time and associate with seasons and things like that. So like a lot of things that, the moon has so much cultural history and those names really refer to that. Here's another question. Is the moon bigger than Earth?
No, it's like a quarter of the size. It's like that apple compared to your face. That's but a lot farther away. People think that the moon is it's like, oh, here's the Earth and then here's the moon. No, they're really far apart. If they were to scale of like your head and your fist or an apple, it'd be like across the room.
That's about the diameter of the United States. You contiguous to the United States, roughly. And Pluto, by the way, is about half that size, roughly. And so, we think about, Pluto being discovered here, and for years, Pluto was a dot. That was about it. The best telescopes, all we could see was a dot, because relative to the other planets, it's smaller, a lot smaller, and also it's further away than the other, so it's just a dot. In the 1990s, a Lowell scientist named
no, a blue moon is just what you call when you have two full moons in the month, because it's not exactly 12 full moons. And I believe the blue in it just comes from like the same reason, like a blue ribbon moon, like that kind of thing. Like that's that special bonus moon that you get. I just thought it was fun. So I was like roughly 12, and then we skipped it. I was like, no, people are gonna think I'm a shark.
So here's another question: is it true Saturn will be seen up close also? And not like the moon.
Are we at opposition? No.
Well, we're when Saturn is roughly closest, opposition was a month or two ago when it was closest. But Saturn on average is 880 million miles away. Jupiter's half that. The moon is 250,000 miles away, 240,000 miles away. So the moon is always going to appear the biggest of anything in the sky of the bodies.
Yeah.
Mars gets closer and further away, but Mars will never, contrary to the August 2000 news report that came out every August that Mars was going to appear as big as the full moon. That just isn't going to happen. It'll be closer than on average. Sometimes it's still going to look like a dot in the sky.
Yeah.
So Saturn will be closer, and it might sometimes it'll appear a little brighter, but it's still going to be just a point of light.
And do you know that when the moon hits its stable, when it stabilizes, like we know that it's moving away from us, but that will slow down and eventually reach an equilibrium. And at that point, the moon will be a tiny little dot in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
It will not be very big. So enjoy it while we got it, folks.
Yes, right. So here's a question from Cecil. How does the moon affect the human body?
I think it mostly affects it with like circadian rhythms and things like that, like and the light. I know that the tides, I mean, our bodies are mostly water. We're basically just bags of water and bones and stuff. I know, doctor, but I don't believe that the gravity effect has, you can like, it's noticeable. You do get these big tidal bulges, but a lot of that is from the lack of the moon as well, like the lack of gravity from on the far side of the Earth from the moon. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if it would have too much effect on the. No, I mean, gravity is everywhere. Gravity affects everything. It's constant field, right? So it has some effect, guaranteed. But is it noticeable? Not to me, not day to day.
Well, here's another one. Here's a good question from Little Cloudy. If someone were on the surface of the moon during a total lunar eclipse, in the spot where the eclipse is visible to us from Earth, which is pretty much the whole face of the moon as we see it, would the red shadow also be visible to the person on the moon?
Probably not, because it would look exactly like a solar eclipse, but it would cover a lot more. And so I think the effect of staring at the sun would block out any of the red.
Mm-hmm. And you talk about red, we're only 4 minutes from totality, 3 minutes from totality beginning. And when we get there, we'll probably take a little break so we can run out and, we'll take a break at 3:20. We'll talk about it a little bit when it goes in there. So we'll take a few more questions here. Why is the eclipse not happening again for 3 years? And we'll talk about these as our viewers change. We'll answer these questions, sometimes the same questions throughout the night, but it's good to revisit that. Why we had one earlier this year in May, mm-hmm. but we don't have another one, total lunar eclipse, until 2025.
Yeah, you have to be in a very nice, perfect line with the Earth, Moon, and Sun to make it work, or the other way around as well. They have to be lined up perfectly, and their orbits aren't always perfectly lined up. And when they come back around and they have to be in the right spot, then we get them.
Mm-hmm. So we've got a lot of great questions coming in. We'll get to as many as we can right now. Why is the moon so bright?
It's being blasted by sunlight. It's actually pretty dark. It's the color of asphalt. But the moon is shining extremely, or the sun is shining extremely brightly on the surface.
Uh-huh. And here's another question about size. Is Pluto the same size as Mercury?
No.
And no, we'll go on. No. we're just mentioning how Pluto is the smallest of the traditional 9 planets, and it's about half the diameter of the United States. To give it, yeah, so it's a fair bit smaller. Here's a question: what's the supermoon?
Supermoon is when the moon is also it's basically as close to Earth as it's going to be in its orbit, so it looks bigger by a measurable amount.
And here's a question about Saturn's rings. Are they made of moons?
It's made of ice, and they're going away as well, so they're transient. The fact that I think is cool is they are newer than the Appalachian Mountains, and they will be gone before the Appalachian Mountains are gone.
And it's interesting with the rings of Saturn because they're these ice balls and they're mixed in. There's at some point, what do you call a moon and what's just a chunk of ice?
Yeah.
And it's how do you define it? But if you were to look at Saturn's rings, they extend from one end of the ring. If you extend it to the other on the other side of the rings, like if this was Saturn's rings, Saturn's in the middle, from one to the other, that's about 3/4 the distance to the moon, and yet the width of the rings is only half mile.
Yeah.
So very thin layer. Let's see. Couple more questions
So
here.
Lost Planet Numuru, check out the podcast, Star Stuff, where we talk about interesting theories.
Here's a good question that's a good for us to remind ourselves about. Can we watch the lunar eclipse with the naked eye? And that's a great question because we think about solar eclipses, lunar eclipses. Is the moon going to be too bright or not? Whatever. You can look at the moon anytime with the unaided eye, with the naked eye. It might be kind of bright. It might be a little bit bright to look at, like looking in the headlights of a car when it's really bright, but it's okay. The sun, on the other hand, you should never look at the sun. If it's a solar eclipse, the only time you can look is when it's completely, totally eclipsed. But if it's partially eclipsed, you don't look at it because you're going to damage your eyes. So it's okay. It's okay to look at a lunar eclipse. You're not going to do any damage or anything like that.
I think we're reaching into totality now.
Yes, we should be at totality right now. And so for the next hour plus, go take a look at the moon because it's going to appear. It should appear. We haven't seen it yet, but it should appear nice and kind of a reddish color. And so we'll take a few more questions as we're getting views of that. And then at 3:20, we'll just take a break and just let everybody just go and enjoy. So we're just kind of scrolling through more questions here. As the moon gets farther away, won't it eventually leave our orbit?
No, and I kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. It will reach a stable point where it's it'll actually be fully tidally locked. There will be no wiggle anymore, and it'll be pretty far away, and it'll be pretty far in time from now. So
Yeah.
You got some time to enjoy it.
And thanks to Sarah Bircher and our entire outreach team, education team, for getting us the telescope views. Sarah was just commenting how when we've been leading up in partial eclipse, sometimes it's hard to get a good view because the camera is going between the brightness of the moon and the darkness, and so the exposure can get kind of funky. But once the moon's eclipse, it's just this consistent reddish hue. It's not real bright in one area, real dark, and so except for clouds, the views should be real consistent that we can see. Why do we not have eclipses for other planets?
We do. They're called transits. You see them often enough.
Okay, what would the Earth's atmosphere have to be made of to make the shadow on the moon look blue?
Oh.
What elements would that be?
I don't. Not a billion years. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know what that would be.
I don't know what would scatter to blue effectively like that.
Here's another question. How do we track the north and the south node of the moon's orbit? Is there an astronomical difference between the eclipses at either node?
It's just we just look and see the point that it rotates around, right? The magnetic field of the moon is non-existent anymore. We have glass beads that have had the Earth's magnetic field embedded in them from impact, so like it would just be a look at it wiggle, look at it rotate. That's kind of the line.
Yeah. Okay. And again, let's revisit again why it appears red.
Yeah, it's red because the sunlight can only shine around the Earth, and basically Earth's atmosphere is refracting the light and scattering the light into the red, and it's the same reason we get sunsets. So if you really want to think about it, the only light hitting the moon during the totality is sunset light.
Mhm. Here's a question from Kayla to both of us. Do you have a favorite moon phase?
What about you?
I guess probably a full moon because the romance of it, the cultural history of it, and the fact that we can get an eclipse.
Yeah.
So I guess probably that. Although I also like first quarter for viewing.
Yeah.
Third quarter is great also, but first quarter, I guess I'm more familiar with that side of the moon.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'll take anything with the moon.
First quarter is mine because you get a lot more. You can, as the terminator of the moon, like the sunset line crosses the moon. You get like it casts deeper shadows in the craters and all the geology stuff that I enjoy.
Oh yeah, and I like first quarter because some of my favorite, the Apollo history and the early flights, like Apollo 11, is fun to be able to point out where they landed, and you get that during first quarter. Also, there's sometime around first quarter when you get Purbeck's cross, which is that phenomena. It only happens during first quarter for, I don't know, a couple of hours, where you get this phenomena where there's several different craters. I think it's like 4 craters, and the shadow is just right where it's crossed.
Oh, that's fun.
It's called Purbeck's cross, and you can't even see it every first quarter. Everything has to be just right. You know, I've had this question through the years. Also, my favorite thing to look at from the telescope, and there's so many great things, but my favorite's the moon.
Yeah,
because geologists as a background, you can see analogs, things that we're familiar with, and the details and the history of going there and going back there.
You could explore it for forever with a home telescope or even just like a binocular set. There's so many cool features on the moon, and every day brings new features to light as you view because of that terminator line crossing.
Yeah. And I think since we have so many questions, let's just keep answering those as they come through. And we might take a little break in a few minutes, but we want to try to get as many questions as possible. So why does the moon not look as red in Houston, or does it?
I would say it's probably a combination. We've got a little bit of enhancing of our with the telescope, right? It's going to be able to see a lot more than your naked eye can. I don't think smog has much to do with it. I think there might be some effects from like light pollution in general and just humidity.
So it's not necessarily the geographic location; it's local conditions.
Yeah,
that might have something to do with it.
We've been pushing dark sky stuff since Percival Lowell basically got here. So. And
I just put on my Houston Astros hat in honor of Cody, who's managing all the operations here, our marketing manager and guru. So she lived in Houston, and of course they won the World Series, which some people like, some people don't, but we just hear cheering back there. But the Astros are tied into the moon because in 1962, Houston got a new baseball team. They call them the Colt 45s, and they played at whatever stadium. But in 1965, a new stadium was going to open called the Astrodome, and it was named after the astronauts who were training in that area. And so the team decided to change the name to Astros to follow along with Astrodome. So that's how they got their name. And that's why Cody was cheering just a minute ago, because of the Astros.
The lone Aster.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's a question from Laura. Was there a meteor shower this morning or last night? There was some minor, I think the tail end of a minor shower. The next major one of Leonids later this month, and the Geminids are in December. And there are several minor meteor showers also. And I'm not sure if we were on the tail end of one of those. We can look that up. here's a fun question. What's the ratio of moons to planets in the galaxy?
Oh, it's way off. Just because of Saturn and Jupiter, I mean, we're looking at.
Yeah, that's it.
Maybe 1 in 10, 1 in 20, something like that.
And you know, we could just, even if we just look at our galaxy, I mean our solar system, because you know, we don't know if our solar system is typical or not. Up until just a few years ago, we knew of one solar system, a star with 9 planets, 9 traditional planets. But you know, recent years we're finding planets around other stars, and they have moons, but it's still early in the stage. In our solar system, we have what two planets that don't have moons, Mercury and Jupiter. Mars has 2, Earth has 1. Jupiter's got dozens, Saturn's got dozens, Pluto's got 5 that we know, and these are all that we know of that have been named. So it'll be interesting to see, and this is something our scientists are working on, is characterizing planets around other stars. How many are there? We have no idea. We know better now, maybe, I guess, because scientists are finding new planets every day. But are those planet systems typical? Is ours typical? We don't know. And then moons around them. It's amazing to think, you know, we're not finding moons around other planets yet, but we will eventually. But when you think, you look up at the sky in a dark night, and you can see a couple thousand stars in the dark night. And there are so many more, that's just what we can see in view. And if you think Earth is 1,000,000 times smaller than the sun, so if we're looking up at all those points of light, average stars, you're looking at something 1,000,000 times smaller than a point of light. And yet we're detecting that. It's amazing, the technology. So finding a moon, that's down the road yet around other stars, but it's one of the many questions that astronomers are working on.
Not today, but one day.
One day. Here's a question. Well, here's a fun one. I know it's red because the only light hitting it is the sunset, but why did she leave me? What did I do wrong? I don't know. That's something you'll have to see your counselor about that one. I don't think we can answer that one. So here's another one. Does Lowell have a bifocal Santilli lens telescope? No, not that I know of. I don't think we have anything like that. Let's see. Will it be brighter? Will the brightness of the moon change? The redness, will that get brighter or dimmer as we get toward maximum, you know, the middle of the eclipse? I think that's what that's referring to.
The total eclipse.
We're getting some great comments here that are kind of fun. We'll share a couple of these, but also we want to get to our questions. And in 2 minutes, we're going to, oh no, we're going to just keep chatting here because we have so many good questions. So what influences the speed of a lunar eclipse? And I think that's just, you know, the speed of the shadow moving across.
Yeah. I would say distance.
Here's another one. Like we were starting to talk about this. If the total eclipse moon as is red, is it going to get brighter or not? And probably not. I mean, I don't think that'll change. It'll be probably consistent with it. It's not like, I mean, it's completely eclipsed. It's completely in shadow. Right. So it's not like it's
the darker part.
Yeah, the darker. It's all of that. Yeah. Let's see. How much of the Earth's shadow? Yeah, gotcha. Oops. Oh, here we have Jude watching from England. Thanks for joining us. And maybe a good time to refresh. How does the lunar eclipse happen? As we're getting our view right now for the next hour and 20 minutes or so.
The lunar eclipse is formed basically by the Earth making shadow puppets on the moon, right? So you get the sun, and it's shining its light very brightly, and it's resolving as very straight lines of light, and then the Earth is in the way, and it happens to be shining those direct light, makes that very, very nice pronounced shadow on the moon as they kind of like line up.
Okay. Here's a question from Darwin. Can someone tell me why the eclipse for me is not visible yet, but the moon was just out? Now it disappeared. I guess it depends on where you're located, because not the entire world isn't going to be able to see it. There's a certain path that it's going to be visible, plus we get into daylight also. Here's a question: is this the best it will look right now? I guess that's a relative question,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure. I don't see the feed right now, but if it's cloud free, where you're viewing from, or if you're looking at ours, it probably will be. It probably isn't going to get better or worse. It's going to stay like this until whatever time, 4:41 is when totality ends. So yeah, there's keep sending the questions. Let us know where you're watching from. And again, we'd like to thank our sponsors and donors and viewers for joining us. Sharing astronomy is the core of who we are here at Lowell Observatory. Our founder, Percival Lowell, said, "What's the point of doing science unless you share it?" And as he termed it, he said, "Make people co-discoverers." And he did that by giving public lectures, by writing popular books, by being in the newspaper. And we do that today. Our scientists share the results of their research via scientific papers, and by doing public talks, and by going to professional programs. And sometimes the story will share it via media to share it with the world. Our educators share it with on-site programs. Before COVID, we were getting 105,000 visitors a year. And because of that, we were kind of bursting at the seams. So in 2 years, we're opening our new Astronomy Discovery Center. And it's going to change everything dramatically. There's going to be so much more of what we can do. Phase one of our expansion for our public was opening the Giovanni Open Deck Observatory, which is an instant star party. You roll this building back, and there are 6 telescopes. In fact, one of those telescopes, a 5.5-inch TEC, which stands for Telescope or Engineering Company, that's what we're broadcasting our view of the eclipse with tonight. That's from our Giovanni Open Deck Observatory, or GODO, as we call it. So, our science and education is thriving here, and for us to be able to be part of this and share the excitement, it kind of, we're about 50 feet from where our founder is entombed on site here. His mausoleum is just back from where we're sitting outside this building, and it feels like there's some connection with him, that we're doing what he wanted us to do, to do science and to share it and to inspire people. So we appreciate everybody joining us. So yeah, let's look at a couple more questions. Oops, I stepped the cursor there. When will the next live stream be with Q&A broadcast?
Interactive Stargazing 2.0 with me, John Compton.
All right.
November 17th.
The
John G. Compton. On November 17th, about 10 p.m. Mountain Time. So.
November 17th. What date is that? Thursday?
Yeah, it's always on Thursday.
Because that's the same day we're also doing the LDT
Global
10th anniversary. Because this is the 10th anniversary since first light of the LDT. So we've been celebrating every month with that.
It's gonna be fun. Hang out, bug me on the stream.
Yeah.
Ask me lots of questions, and send me all your corrections in the Discord.
There is a question from David. depending on the time zone, why is the shadow in different positions?
It shouldn't be. We're literally just making a shadow puppet on the moon, and so you should be able to see it basically the same from everywhere. It's not like a solar eclipse where the shadows are crossing us, and so you can only see it in certain areas. I don't know, lag? Not on our end.
And will the moon ever turn completely red?
It's gonna be. I mean, it's gonna be as red as it's gonna be, right? I don't think it's gonna be like crazy red. Like if you see the pictures where it looks like red, someone bumped that around in Photoshop later.
Yeah.
There's definitely a red tint to it, and it is very distinct. But unless you're moving some sliders around, it's not going to look like the color of an apple or anything.
There are a couple of questions about kind of the physics of eclipses and how they happen. Is there anything abnormal happening in our atmosphere when eclipse is happening?
I don't think for a lunar eclipse, at least. Sometimes you get effects from a solar eclipse because it makes it a little bit chillier.
Right, and that kind of leads to the next question. Do some eclipses somehow cause cloudy weather? Lunar eclipses, no, but like you said, with solar eclipses, the sun is being blocked out, so the temperature will dramatically drop, noticeably drop, and you sometimes will get some condensation, some clouds forming. Solar eclipses totality is interesting because if you're out in the middle of nowhere, it's turned dark, and you start getting nocturnal animals and crickets and things like that you don't get during the day normally. So there are different experiences for sure. Here's a question from Darwin in New York. I'm in New York City and I saw the moon a couple minutes ago, but when the eclipse started, and I'm thinking probably totality, it disappeared. So am I going to have to wait? It certainly can be hard to pick up.
Yeah.
If you're not sure where to look, it can certainly appear that reddish color, but it's not going to be nearly as bright as the full uneclipsed moon.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be kind of over in the west southwest in that area of the sky.
Yeah, Darwin. This is not being able to find it is the cool part.
All right, in just a couple minutes, we're going to go back to play another video. It looks like the next one is talking about the moon and tides. No, am I in the right time? I might be. Yeah, moon and tides. So we'll go back to that in a couple minutes. And we're just still plowing through a lot of questions. Let's see.
Yeah. A lot of questions about it. I don't know if you want to see it. Yeah, it'll pop back out.
Why does a lunar eclipse, why does it take longer, or why does it last longer than a solar eclipse?
I don't know. Let me think about it.
Well, it's the size of the shadow, right? That with a solar eclipse, it's just a very small shadow, and the lunar, it's
the moon's shadow as opposed to the Earth's shadow. That makes sense.
Yeah. So we have one more minute, then we're going to go to our next video by Matt Leidy about the moon and its tides. And so let's just take one more as the meteor shower tonight as well. We're thinking there's not a major one going on right now, but the next major one is going to be November. So we'll stop taking questions for a minute, and we'll go to this video about tides, and then we'll come back and take some more questions and talk about some other stuff going on here at the observatory. So we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Matt. I'm an educator here at Lowell Observatory. I hope you all are enjoying the lunar eclipse. I'm going to talk to you all about the moon and the tides. So what exactly are the tides? How I like to think about the tides is the rising and lowering of the level of the ocean. So during the day you'll have high tides, which is going to be the highest point that water reaches along the shoreline, and then you'll have low tides, which is the lowest point that water will reach along the shoreline. And each day you'll have 2 high tides and 2 low tides. Now what exactly causes these tides? What causes the water to move like this? Well, the main contributor is the moon, specifically the moon's gravitational force on the Earth. So if we look here, we can see these arrows on this diagram. These arrows represent the gravitational pull of the moon on the Earth. On the side of the Earth that's closest to the moon, there is the largest gravitational pull, and we can see that with the largest arrow. And as you move away from the moon, the arrows get smaller and smaller because the gravitational force of the moon on the Earth gets smaller and smaller. Now if we go ahead and insert the tidal bulges, we can see that on the side of the Earth closest to the moon, there is a tidal bulge. And this is because the gravity is stronger, so the water gets pulled to the moon. So you end up with a bulge of water. And this is going to be one of your high tides. Now on the opposite side of the Earth, there's actually also a high tide, which is kind of counterintuitive, and it didn't make sense to me at first. There's a couple of ways you can think about it. How I like to think about it is the moon is kind of trying to stretch out the Earth. Since it's pulling on different areas of the Earth with different strength, one of the results is that the Earth is going to get stretched out or elongated. Now what this means is that you end up with a bulge on the side of the Earth that's closest to the moon and a bulge on the side of the Earth that's furthest away from the moon. Another way you can think about it is the gravitational force on the far side of the Earth is so weak that the water doesn't really move. It doesn't really experience a force that would cause it to move, so it kind of just stays there and you end up with a high tide. Now, the moon isn't the only thing that exerts a gravitational force on the Earth. We also have the sun, the object that the Earth rotates around. And since the sun exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, you end up with tides from the sun as well. So I'm going to go ahead and insert the lunar and solar tides. Now, since the sun is so far away, the tidal forces from the sun are about half as strong as the tidal forces from the moon, so you end up with tides that are about half as high. Now, we start here in third quarter. In third quarter, the moon and the sun are not aligned, meaning that the tides don't line up. In this case, you're going to end up with neap tides, which is going to be when you have the lowest high tides and the highest low tides, because the tides of the sun and the tides of the moon are not lining up. Now, if we continue through the lunar cycle and we end up at new moon, now the moon and the sun are lined up. And when these two are lined up, the tides are lined up. This is when you're going to end up with spring tides, which is going to be when you're going to have the highest high tides and the lowest low tides. If we continue through the lunar cycle, next up is first quarter. We're once again going to have these neap tides where the two tides do not line up. And then we end with full moon where the tides are lined up once again. And this is where we're at right now. So if you were to go outside tonight, or if you were to study the tides over the course of the next day, you're going to have the highest high tides and the lowest low tides. Now let's get into something called tidal slowing. As the Earth rotates, it actually brings the tidal bulge with it. So if we play this, we can see that as Earth rotates, it rotates the tidal bulge away from the moon. Well, the moon doesn't like this. The moon wants the tidal bulge to be lined up. It applies a corrective gravitational force, trying to pull this bulge back to being aligned with the moon. And this gravitational pulling actually pulls against the rotation of the Earth and slows it down. Every day, this tidal slowing slows Earth's rotation by about 500 billionths of a second. In order for it to slow the Earth's rotation by a single second, you'd have to wait 50,000 years. So not something we're necessarily going to note, but it is a cool phenomenon caused by the moon's gravitational effect on the Earth. I want to thank our members and donors for making videos like this possible and live streams like this possible. So thank you.
Thanks, Matt, for telling us about tides. There's something else we want to talk about today because we have so much programming going on at the observatory, and we have so much fun doing this. And if you love these kind of programs, we also this past year started a podcast by the one and only Cody Halfmoon, who is the head of our marketing department, and also the Astros fan. And she started this with the help of educators, John, and a whole slew of educators have helped out. And it's been so popular that we're going to do it a second season because we're, again, being able to talk to people about this, about astronomy. It's not just science, but there's a lot of cultural stuff. We talk about movies.
Yeah.
Not, certainly science, but also other things, astronomy in everyday life, science in everyday life. And these are just a blast. And so we're gonna play a little video about season 2, kind of a lead up to season 2.
Incoming transmission.
Can you hear us?
Are we coming in clear?
Can you see us?
I don't think they can see us.
Why can't they see us?
Wait, shouldn't they be able to see us?
Yeah, I think they should be able to see us.
Oh my gosh, that's so much better.
Oh, so that's what you look like.
Get ready for Star Stuff.
A Space Podity.
Season 2.
Coming in 2023 in glorious video format on YouTube.
But don't worry, we'll still be on all of your favorite streaming platforms, including Spotify and iTunes.
Follow Lowell Observatory to stay up to date.
Where we're celebrating the discovery of Pluto here at Lowell Observatory, and Flagstaff's role as the home of Pluto. And so Don Johanson, who discovered the fossil hominid Lucy, which is also the namesake of the Lucy mission, in which we have scientists involved. He was part of a panel discussion, and it was just a fascinating discussion. And so we've had so many different really neat topics. So let's take a few minutes for questions here. Is the moon still volcanically active?
No.
That's it?
It's just not. I believe it's minorly, you get like moonquakes up there. And that's actually how we know a lot about the subsurface of the moon, is by doing geophysical surveys when people were up there, and using those moonquakes to kind of like see what happens when the seismic waves. Lost me. Those little seismic waves. As the seismic waves go beneath the surface, we can map the subsurface, but it's no longer geologically active, and it's no longer volcanic for sure.
And that's an interesting thing, because back in the 1960s and throughout past decades, there were occasionally people looking at the moon that observed what looked like color changes and maybe some sort of activity. They were termed transient lunar phenomena. And in fact, in the mid-60s, there was a moon mapping program going on at Lowell Observatory. Starting in 1961, the Aeronautical Charts and Information Center, which is a branch of the Air Force, the mapping branch, they were here at the observatory using the 24-inch refractor to create these exquisite lunar maps. And John, we've got one over here. Let's hold one of those up. So they were making these exquisitely detailed maps of the lunar surface. And here's one right here. And these were all done by scientists working with artists. Artists would have basic images of the sky and then sketch in the details using airbrushes. And if you use these maps, compare them to modern views of the moon, they're so accurate. And they made them even to have a shadow at a certain angle, the angle that the astronauts would be flying at when they got to the moon. And so this moon mapping was going on in the 60s here at Lowell. And during that time, on a couple different nights, some of the observers, Jim Greenacre, Ed Barr, they were observing with the Clark and noticed some of these green flashes, green color changes, and reported them as some sort of transient lunar phenomena. And one theory was maybe the moon was erupting, maybe there's some sort of activity, but it wasn't. So, there's a lot of things, when you're observing there's a lot of things you can't explain right away, but then you learn more and understand. So let's get some more questions. Would the moon be red on the surface during the eclipse?
Probably not. I mean, to a very, very small degree. But you wouldn't be able to notice it for the same reason that you shouldn't look at the sun during an eclipse, a solar eclipse. It's because it's sunlight and it'll burn your eyes out. The sunlight coming around would kind of blow out any red that you would notice by just trashing your retina.
And here's a good question that I think answers a lot of confusion about the moon. Will we ever be able to see the dark side of the moon? And that's a good introduction to dark side, calling it dark side versus the near side and the far side.
Mm-hmm. The dark side of the moon is called the dark side because it's radio dark first. It's basically so the moon is tidally locked to us, where the same side of it kind of is always going to face us. There's some wiggle room, but as the moon gets farther away from us, that will stabilize and it'll stop wiggling. That wiggling is partially why it's moving away, the energy loss. But the back side of the moon, the side we can't see, is the dark side of the moon, and it's always facing away from us, so it's radio dark. So when the Apollo missions kind of like when the orbiter kind of goes around the moon, it's radio dark. They're not going to hear anything from us. It's not necessarily, I mean, it's not darker or any darker or lighter back there. It's just the mysterious dark side of the moon.
And there's something curious about that also, because up until the late 1950s, we had no idea what that side of the moon looked like, because, if you looked at the moon, you probably noticed it looks the same. And wait a minute, isn't the Earth, the planets spin around and then the moon's orbit, but it turns out where the moon is orbiting at the same speed that is spinning on its axis. So we always see the same face. Let's talk about that a little bit. Why we see the same face all the time.
Well, a lot of it has to do, so we're tidally locked, which means, it's always facing us. But realistically, it's a lot like Weeble wobbles. Weeble wobbles wobble, but they don't fall down. So the moon has an offset, very, very dense core, and that offset dense core is closest to us. You can see it bubbling out in the Mar, the dark surface of the moon. Part of it.
It's not bubbling per se, but
it bubbled up a long time ago and is now frozen. But basically, that offset core is facing us, and so as the moon rotates around us, it kind of like early on it wiggle wobble to face us, and now it's kind of stuck in that rotation. But that is why there is that little bit of wiggle as it moves around us as well.
And that happened when the moon was formed. It was just it was still unconsolidated material, but the gravity of Earth pulled the denser materials towards it.
Yeah,
and then
seared it through.
Froze it in place.
Yeah. And the moon was a lot closer back then, so it was a much more pronounced effect.
And it's a good time to talk about how the moon was formed also.
Yeah, we got sideswiped by a big old rogue planet called Theia. It blasted off a bunch of lava from the surface of the Earth back in the Hadean time period. Hades, god of the underworld. Also, the equivalent would be Pluto, which we're the home of. So that's cool. But the Hadean time period, the Earth was just a ball of sort of differentiated lava flowing all over the surface. And then we get sideswiped, blows these rocks off. We got rings for a while, rings of rock. They eventually coalesce into the moon as they kind of catch up on themselves as they lap each other.
And that's something interesting we learned from Apollo, because before we went to the moon and were able to collect rocks, there were different theories on how the moon was formed.
Yeah.
Maybe it was formed at the same time, or it was a rogue something that Earth's gravity pulled it in. But by collecting rocks and be able to look at their chemical signatures, we could determine that they were what you find in the upper crust of the Earth.
Yeah.
And I know that there's still some argument about the exact size and nature of that body that is being debated. But again, to me, one of the things we learned from Apollo, learning how the moon was formed is basic to understanding our solar system and how we got here and the origins in general. So it's good to be able to get to the bottom of those things when we can.
Well, with the moon being a piece of the Earth that came off, we can, and it is frozen, no longer geologically active, we can learn a lot about the Earth from it, which I think is fun.
Here's a question. Are there any cameras on the moon to record the solar eclipse?
I don't think so.
I think
there's some busted ones.
Yeah,
they just left there.
I think the best thing probably, there's still scientific equipment on the moon that's still working, detecting moonquakes and such. But I think the closest thing would probably be the moon orbiters. But I don't think that they would be looking out; they're looking down. And I don't know how their cameras work, but they probably wouldn't be pointed this way. Let's see. How wide is the Earth's shadow by the time it reaches the moon?
I feel like it's about the size of the moon. I feel like it's pretty close in size, and we're sort of at that, we talked about that like perfect time period right now where we're in, where they sort of like match up in size, in like angular spread, like apparent size. Before the moon was a lot closer. And so like during a solar eclipse, it would cover a lot more of the sun. But as the moon leaves, that will get smaller and smaller until it'll look more like a transit. And so the same could be said for Earth's shadow on the moon, that it'll start to cover more and more. The shadow will appear bigger and bigger on the moon.
Okay. And it looks like we're in just a couple of minutes, we're going to take watch another video. This one by Juan Ruiz, talking about the surface of the moon.
My favorite.
Yes. Well, you talk about surface, you're talking about geology.
Yeah.
And the topography, the geography. So there's so many things to talk about. And then after that, we're going to take a break. Just have an eclipse view until 4:20. And so Juan, just an outstanding educator, one of many outstanding educators here. And so we're going to be excited to hear from him. So let's take a couple more questions before then, and then we'll go to John's video, and then we'll take about 15 minutes and just do an eclipse view. So let's take one or two more questions. Let's see. How would the view be from the International Space Station?
So from the International Space Station, they would still see the eclipse, the lunar eclipse, just fine. Because the moon is a sphere, maybe a little. No, you won't. It'll look basically the same.
Yeah.
Probably a lot clearer. Clouds.
And that you see the astronauts, they've watched eclipses from the space station before and gotten pictures of it. You imagine, they're not that far up there, but it's a different view. You don't have the atmosphere to look through. You don't have to worry about clouds and that sort of thing.
Everyone thinks about the ice as being like way out there, but it's really close.
Yeah, it's not that far up there.
Really, really close. It's just whipping along.
Yeah. All right, well, let's play Juan's video about the surface of the moon, and then after that, we'll just go into a break until about 4:20, where we can just enjoy views of the moon.
Hi, how's everyone doing? My name is Juan Alberto Ruiz, and I'm an educator here at Lowell Observatory, and I'm going to talk to you about lunar features today. So the way we have observed the moon has changed drastically throughout human history. Whenever you look up and see a full moon with your naked eye, you can clearly see lighter and darker patches across the surface. Cultures from all across the globe have seen things across these contrasting surfaces like a man or a face or even a bunny. But the lighter patches are what we refer to as the lunar highlands. This is where you tend to see the most craters. The crust is the thickest in these areas and tends to be older than the darker patches. The far side of the moon is covered with craters in the areas we also refer to as highlands. The biggest moon's craters can be found on the far side. It is known as the Aitken Basin with a diameter of 2,500 kilometers and a depth of 12 kilometers. The dark patches are known as the mare, and that is Latin for sea because at one point in human history, we actually thought the moon was filled with liquid water. We now know that mare are some flatter, smoother areas on the moon, and it's filled with a lot of basalt. Now, we think that this area on the moon is a lot thinner compared to the crust on the highlands. So we believe that these giant impacts from meteors and comets actually broke through the crust into the mantle, and all that molten rock, the magma, actually erupted towards the surface and completely filled the near side of the moon with magma, which eventually cooled off and left us this flat, darker areas that we refer to as the mare. These areas are younger than the highlands, and that is why we tend to see less craters. Remember, the moon also does not have a magnetic field or an atmosphere. So these areas are also younger because we believe that they have not been exposed to the sun as long. So they are not as sun bleached compared to the highlands. Some of the easiest features to see on the moon are the Tycho, Copernicus, and Kepler craters. You also want to look out for those notable mare like the Sea of Tranquility where the Apollo 11 mission landed, and others like the Sea of Crisis or the giant ocean storms. The moon also has valleys and mountains very similar to those what we have here on Earth, but the thing is that the moon does not have plate tectonics. We believe that these mountains were formed from these giant impacts that actually lifted up the crust towards the surface and gave us these huge mountain ranges. The most notable mountain range is the Apennines Mountains, where you can find the largest lunar mountain known as Mont Huygens. And this is a giant mountain standing at around 18,000 feet or around 5,500 meters. These mountain ranges can be found separating the Sea of Showers and the Sea of Serenity. The moon even has some weirder features like these lunar swirls that look like paintings all across the surface of the moon. One of them is an anomaly that we refer to as Rainer Gamma. And these are just few of the very prominent lunar features that you can see with your naked eye and through the telescope. Our understanding of these features will only continue to progress as we continue to study our closest companion and one day return to its surface. I want to say thank you to all the members and donors that support Lowell Observatory and make all of this possible.
Well, welcome back. We stepped outside to take a look at the moon, and we have some clouds going on right now. So Sarah, up at the telescope, Sarah Birchler, manages all of our public programs and is fighting the clouds tonight. We're kind of go back and forth between live views and some stored images we have as the clouds permit. So the good thing is most of the time we've been able to see the live view up till this point. So we're going to watch another video right now about Artemis. And Artemis is the mission we were talking about earlier, the next crewed mission to the moon. And Gavin Moriarty is going to talk about Artemis. And I'm not sure if we'll talk about the name, but the original mission to the moon was Apollo, and Artemis was Apollo's sister. And that's important because one of the first goals of Artemis is to send females and people of color to the moon. And then from that, there's going to be so many more missions and moon bases and all that stuff that's being planned. So let's go to Gavin's video right now.
Hi, I'm Gavin Moriarty. I'm an educator here at Lowell Observatory. We are just around the corner from the biggest human space exploration in over 50 years. NASA's Artemis mission will be the next step in human space exploration. By 2025, NASA plans to land the first woman and person of color on the surface of the moon. Let's see what we can expect from NASA in the coming years. The Artemis missions are just about to start, and by soon, I mean like this year. At the end of April, NASA just completed their wet dress rehearsal. This is exactly what you think of a dress rehearsal, with taking the rocket onto the launch pad and going through all the motions of a real launch, but the wet part of it means that they fueled the rocket, and so they could actually test all the fueling systems before launch as well. And it's a good thing that they did, because they did find some problems, and they're currently already fixing them, and so we're expecting a launch in August of this year, somewhere around there. So what are these missions actually going to look like? The first one will launch in August of this year, and that'll be an uncrewed mission where the Space Launch System, the new rocket that NASA is going to be sending up, will have the Orion capsule on it, and they're going to do an uncrewed mission that will last about a month, just going through the orbits of the Earth and the Moon. And then in 2024, we'll get the first crewed mission. This will be called Artemis 2. And this will act the exact same as the uncrewed mission, going around Earth and the Moon as flybys, and will still last about a month. And then the best part. In 2025, we'll have Artemis 3. That is going to be the crewed mission where we will land on the moon for the first time since 1972. On that mission, 4 people will launch in the Orion capsule, and 2 of them will be chosen to walk on the surface of the moon. They'll spend about 6 days there doing scientific observations and testing out some systems. And hopefully, if all goes well, we'll get more missions following Artemis 3 in 2025. That's not the only thing that NASA has planned in the coming future. As well as the Artemis mission, NASA is also planning to build their Lunar Gateway station, which is going to be an orbiting space station around the moon that will be a checkpoint for future moon missions and for hopeful human deep space travels. And so they're already building pieces for that. We're hoping the first pieces will go up in 2024, and the important pieces, with including the human landing system, will be there by the time Artemis 3 reaches the moon in 2025. And then after this, they'll keep adding pieces onto it, more science, propulsion systems, and my personal favorite, the Canadarm3. Away from the moon, NASA also has the Psyche missions happening. And so the Psyche is actually an asteroid in the asteroid belt that we think could have actually been the core of an early planet of our solar system. And so the Psyche mission is currently in development by NASA's JPL, or Jet Propulsion Labs, and is being tested for hopefully launching at the same time as Artemis 1 in August of this year. And so that'll take a couple years to get to the asteroid in question. It'll do a little slingshot around Mars, a little flyby, and then it'll meet up with its asteroid in 2026. And then it'll spend about 20 months or so orbiting around this asteroid and mapping it out, trying to study the properties of it so that hopefully we can understand a little bit more of what actually happened in the early solar system. There are plenty of awesome missions that NASA has in store for us in the future, so keep an eye out to learn more about what is currently happening in the realm of human space exploration. Thank you to our members and donors for making this video possible.
Well, thanks, Gavin, for that great video. And one thing we should point out, when Gavin was talking about Artemis, is that segment was actually filmed in August. That was before the delay in the initial launch. The launch now is set for, I believe it's the 14th. Although there's a tropical storm moving toward Florida, timed around that time, so I'm not sure how that may or may not affect it. But Artemis is so exciting, and as we mentioned before, the astronauts came here in the 1960s, but not only that, we had geologists here and engineers developing equipment, testing rovers, backpacks they would carry on the moon, the tools they would use, and that's happening still here in northern Arizona. Just a couple of weeks ago, the desert rats were here, and desert rats, it stands for I just forgot. It has something to do with technology and testing equipment. And they were here and testing. One of the things they had was a rover, and I got to ride it. It was pretty cool. But they're also still training the astronauts. The 2017 class has done a lot of training here, and the newest class, I think they're coming out anytime. A couple geologists over at the USGS, Jim Skinner and Lauren Edgar, lead that effort to where they do some classroom training and then take the astronauts to the same places, in some cases, where the Apollo astronauts trained. And so that stuff that happened 50 years ago is not just a historic footnote, but the foundation for what's happening today. And I think one of the exciting things about Artemis is it's a new generation. Kids today, Apollo doesn't mean much, but to see people going up there, it's going to be very inspirational, I think.
Yeah.
We're explorers at heart, and to be able to see our species go up to another world, I think jealousy is one thing that I feel.
Yeah,
Maybe,
for sure.
So, gosh, we only have, I don't know what happened to time, but we're less than 20 minutes from totality ending, and then we'll go back into partial eclipse phase. And again, we've been having some clouds moving in. Luckily, we had, for most of our broadcasts, we were able to see a live view. We've had some clouds move in. So Sarah Bircher has got some excellent photos that are still taken earlier this night of the eclipse. So we're still going to try to go in and out between live views and views that we got earlier tonight. But we actually just have a little bit of time left here. I think, gosh, 12 dozen minutes or so we'll talk. And so we'll try to take some more questions for the next dozen minutes. And then we'll sign off and just leave everybody with some final views. But again, John Compton, Kevin Schindler, we are here live from Lowell Observatory, and our behind the scenes crew that's making it all happen, Sarah Bircher, Cody Halfmoon, Heather Craig, and Nate Nice. It's just a great team effort, and to be able to share these views and what's happening with people around the world is really exciting for us. That's the core of what we do at the observatory, is to communicate science and share that inspiration. And so we're really pleased to be here. We really appreciate our donors and sponsors. We have a Friends of Lowell Observatory membership that you can sign up and become members and get regular updates about science and education that's happening, admissions to the observatory, discounts in the gift shop, admissions to science centers around the country. So if you want to learn more about Lowell or be part of the Lowell team and be a member, certainly consider joining the Friends of Lowell Observatory. So John, we've just got a little bit of time left. Just let's take some more questions.
Yeah.
Here's one that's been waiting for a little bit. Let's go back a little bit and talk about the coincidence of when we're talking about the eclipses. One of the reasons they're possible is because the apparent similarity in the size of the moon and sun. So let's talk about that a little bit.
I mean, it is pure coincidence. It's beautiful, wonderful coincidence, but the moon is small compared to the Earth, but it's still huge, right? It's still a giant chunk of stuff. And it came from the Earth, and it was a lot closer at some point, and it's slowly drifting away. And it is kind of just a wonderful serendipity that it happens to be the right size to cover the sun almost perfectly, which means it's gonna will cast that nice shadow over us, and we'll cast a nice shadow over it based on the sizes they are and the distances they are. But yeah, it is just pure coincidence.
And it is neat. I mean, we live in a time when we have a North Star that's pretty darn close to true north, close enough to be accurate. Go back in time, and there's not a really good brightest star in that direction. We just happen to live at a time, because the Earth is spinning on its axis once every 26,000 years. Right now, we just happen to be pointing real close to Polaris, which is the 51st brightest star in the night sky. But the same thing with the size of the sun and the moon. That the sun is 400 times larger than the moon, but it's 400 times further away. So they appear to be the same size. What that means is in 50 million years or so, as the moon keeps getting further and further away, it won't be big enough. We won't have total solar eclipses anymore. We'll have annular eclipses for a while.
Yeah.
But it's just amazing. We just happen to live in this time right now.
We'll call it the lunar transit eventually.
I'll call it the John Compton transit. Let's scroll through some more things. And again, we'll continue trying to get live views as we can. If not, we'll show images we took earlier in the night.
Speaking on the, I guess while we're looking for more fun questions, when the moon was a lot larger in our view, some people believe that during a solar eclipse, that's where we get the like the Eye of Ra like symbolism, like specifically the lines coming off is part of what the solar eclipse would have looked like back in the day, based on like diffraction, because you're not going to get that perfect view. It's going to cover it up, and you're going to get these lines coming off it, which is super neat.
And we have just 9 minutes of totality left. The last totality of the moon we'll have until 2025. So enjoy it while we can. Another question we have is, what is Artemis 3? Well, Artemis 1 is the one that hopefully is going to launch on the 14th, and that's an uncrewed mission. If all goes well, and I think the timetable still holds in 2024, Artemis 2, with people on it, will fly to the moon and orbit around it. And if all goes well, Artemis 3, the following year in 2025, is when humans will again step foot on the moon, returning for the first time in 50 years, or I guess more than that, 54 years by then, or whatever it will be.
I will not be one of those people, unless get in the comments.
All right, let's scroll through here. Oops. So let's see here. John, maybe you can, while I'm looking through our comments here, maybe you can kind of recap what we've seen tonight, the eclipse and why we're seeing it.
Yeah, so we're basically seeing the Earth making shadows on the moon, right? So the sun is shining bright as ever, beautiful soul, shining light, and the Earth is sort of passing or the moon is sort of like passing into the shadow of the Earth, and Earth is literally throwing shade on the moon. It's where we get a lot of the terminology. So penumbral and the umbral and the totality phases, like so umbral, like umbrella, means shade, right, or shadow, and so we're getting you imagine a blank spotlight of shadow, whatever you call that, out in space, and the moon is slowly passing through it. And when it's in totality, it's sort of completely in that spot shadow, but it's going to start passing back out into the umbral and penumbral phases, and then be on its merry way for the next 3 years or whatever.
Okay. And we got another question asking about, we mentioned before about an event we're doing in 2024. That's the solar eclipse. And that's Eclipse over Waco Live 2024. That's going to be, total solar eclipses aren't nearly as common. And we had one, you think, oh, we just had one a few years ago in 2017, where it stretched across a big swath of the continental United States. And the one in 2024 is gonna come up from Mexico through Texas, kind of stretching to the northeast. It'll go through my hometown in Ohio, although April in Ohio isn't a good time to look at the skies. But it could work out up into New York and beyond. And so that's going to be another so-called Great American Eclipse. That's going to be, for most of us, unless you chase eclipses around the world, that's going to be our last practical time to see a good solar eclipse, total solar eclipse. So Lowell Observatory is doing an event in Waco in partnership with the city of Waco and Baylor University. It's going to be centered right around the football stadium, both inside and outside. So, our people tailgate for football parties, football games. We'll be tailgating, as it were, with telescopes and all sorts of great activities. And Discovery is going to be broadcasting that around the world. And so that's where the 2024 event is going to be. We're excited about that. So we're let's see, 4:37. We're just 4 minutes from totality ending, and in fact, when totality ends, we're gonna sign off, and hopefully we'll still be able to give you some live views. I'm trying to get as many live views as we can because of clouds. We're going back and forth between that and some views that Sarah Bircher got earlier in the night. So John, let's just take this last few minutes to thank everybody who's watching, and we've got a couple more questions to take here, and then we'll sign off in a few minutes. Another question we've got that just came in: how long will the moon take to get from totality back to normal? And so totality ends at 4:41, and then at 6:56 is when the partial ends. And that's the umbral partial. The penumbral, as John was talking about, you can't really tell. There's a shadow, but you can't really see it. So when we think of the eclipse, well, we'll see it ends at 6:56. And for a lot of people, you're in daylight. You'll be in daylight, so you might not see it, or it won't be obvious.
Yeah. See, do we have any other fun questions?
So the umbral eclipse actually ends earlier than that. The penumbral is 6:56, so it'll be before that it'll be ending.
It'll like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, it'll be back to normal. And the lunar eclipses they're fun because they're kind of eerie, especially if it's partly cloudy or clear. When you get that reddish moon, and that's why some people call it the blood red moon. And in culture, sometimes that's been some portent of doom. There's a great story from history. Christopher Columbus, when he was on one of his trips to Jamaica, he had lunar tables, he had astronomy tables, and knew that a total lunar eclipse was coming. And there was some fighting going on among the people there. And so to try to calm them down, he said, if you don't settle down, I'm going to take the moon away from you at this time. And he did. And the moon started getting dark, and then it went, it eclipsed. And that got by everybody's attention. And, essentially, okay, we'll be good. Okay, I'll bring the moon back.
Turn this moon around.
Right. And so he used that knowledge to that's kind of an interesting tale. It's been great to have this feed tonight and to be able to view live from Lowell Observatory. Sarah Bircher has been just doing an incredible job with the telescope. It's always a challenge when you're doing astronomy, and there's clouds, because we want to show the best we can. Luckily, we had such a clear night, a clear sky earlier on, that she was able to get all sorts of images early. And so the latest ones we've been having are kind of a mix of live images and some recorded earlier in the night. So thanks, Sarah, for doing all that. Nate, Cody, and Heather keeping us going behind the scenes, because there's several different systems working here and communication is critical. And we certainly thank our viewers for watching, because this is, again, this gets at the core of who we are at Lowell Observatory, communicating science and sharing the inspiration of the cosmos. And so that it's been really great in our supporters and donors who watch these programs with us, and for all those of you who wrote in questions and comments. We got a lot of great comments, some that we didn't put in, we didn't say, they were on the YouTube feed, but besides questions, there were a lot of fun comments about people's experience and where they're viewing from and such.
We have a great community here.
Yeah.
Appreciate y'all for being part of it.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, John. It's been great again. Yeah. And suddenly the eclipse is over. It's ending right now. So we'll sign off and leave you with some final views of tonight's eclipse. Enjoy and thank you.
Bye, nerds. Hello, welcome nerds. It's me, John Compton. I'm up here at Lowell Observatory in Flagstaff, Arizona, home of me. So, I'm here to tell you hopefully some spooky stories for spoopy season and find some fun objects. Right now it looks like we're trying to get Saturn. It seems a little bit warbly, but I don't know. You can still see the rings. She's beautiful. Let me get that done. When they first kind of got the first sort of like telescope viewings of Saturn that were anything more than just a dot, the note was, it has ears, which is kind of fun. But yeah, it's a little bit, seeing's not the best. So I don't know if you don't know, seeing is like the amount of disturbance in the atmosphere, causing it to sort of warble and wiggle around. But you can still see the rings, and if we get a small break, we may be able to see some, I don't know, a little bit of definition on it or something like that. But yeah, so I'm getting messages from all of y'all by way of our moderator or whomsoever. So, hit me up, ask questions. I like the questions. Mostly I like the mythology and the lore of these sorts of things and how they tie into some of the science. The science is cool, the science is fun. If you ask me how far away a thing is, I probably won't know the answer. My go-to answer is, well, I can't reach it with my outstretched arm, so it has to be farther than 8 feet. But I don't know like how many light years a thing is usually. I don't know. So many numbers. It's like a gallon worth of knowledge in a teacup-sized brain. Some stuff's gonna flow over the edge. But yeah, so like let's let the chat kind of feel things out. Everyone get situated, and then we'll start looking around at some fun stuff. I'll tell you some mythology and some fun spooky stories if I can. But anytime you've got some fun questions, please let me know in the chat. And if you have like object requests, we can try and accommodate them. I've got some ones that I kind of want to go to because they're the stories that I know and are fun. But yeah, we always take requests. Yeah, so perhaps we can switch to something. Maybe let's pop it on Jupiter for a little bit. See how Jupiter looks. Jupiter should look a little bit better with the poor seeing, because you're not going to notice it as much. You'll be able to see the bands pretty easily, and it just kind of looks like it'll jump around. Yeah, there we go. I always like to mention that Jupiter is Thor in Norse mythology, and Jupiter was obviously Zeus and things like that. Swap this around. But yeah, the bands in Jupiter are kind of interesting in that, Thor was the god of farming, right? Farming and agriculture. He was like a 9-foot tall ginger giant with like huge meaty hands. Oh yeah, we'll definitely take a peek at Andromeda Galaxy, Corey. For sure. Maybe we'll save it for a little bit later. We'll kind of cross the sky as we can. But yeah, definitely want to catch Andromeda, because that's a fun spooky story, involving sea monsters and witchcraft and all the fun stuff. But yeah, so Jupiter there, we've got the orange bands and the white bands, and it's not too thin of a metaphor that the orange bands are sort of oxidized material, which is, they've been affected by the sun, to be honest. So it's almost like Jupiter has a little sunburn band going around it, which is kind of fun. We can't necessarily see the spot right now. We can't see a lot of the definition because of the blurriness. But maybe we'll look for something that we don't mind bad seeing to look at. Let's take a peek at. I kind of want to cross way over. Well, you know what? Let's try for Andromeda. That's going to be a little bit diffuse. We'll see what happens. It's probably going to take a little bit of an exposure, so that would be good for us, because then maybe we can get some of the weird wiggliness out. But yeah, so we're going from Jupiter here up to Andromeda, and you can see the Andromeda galaxy is right around here-ish, boop, boop, in the little view. Yeah, Andromeda was sort of the bound princess, or oh yeah. So what we're realistically looking at there is the core of the Andromeda galaxy. The Andromeda galaxy is huge. It's really, really big, and so we're making out a dust lane, and we're making out the core of Andromeda galaxy. Very, very pretty. I like to think of it as the sort of shaking fist of Andromeda, right? Because in the view here, this square is Pegasus, right? And you know, you can view these constellation arts any old way you like, right? Some people will draw them some way, some people will draw them the other way. I'm sure there's like official ways, but do whatever I want. I like to view these as the wings of the horse of Pegasus, and this is like the head, and it's like turning back to be like, what's going on, you know? And then these are like its little feet. And then I like to imagine that Andromeda herself is grabbing hold of one of the feet, and that's kind of her head, and she's got her legs and her dress kind of coming down like this, and then this would be her fist that she's shaking. She's shaking her fist at Cassiopeia over here, which is the evil queen in the story. And this Andromeda galaxy would be said shaking fist. Speaking of fists shaking and things going terrible, cataclysmic events, or maybe not so much. The Andromeda galaxy is the one heading right for us at breakneck speed, and eventually we'll combine, and it'll be super cool in an event of galactic cannibalism. There have been many names proposed for it. I don't know. But yeah, so like slowly over time, it's gonna. Yeah, we got a little satellite going, shooting through in the view. It's pretty cool. Oh, and for spooky season, I'm drinking my unnamed monstrous drink. Yeah, so Andromeda galaxy, beautiful. There's more stars in this view than we can see in our entire night sky, and that's because we can see most of Andromeda galaxy, and we can't see very much of ours. The part of the Milky Way that we say is the core of the Milky Way is realistically being blocked out by our own view of the Milky Way, right? So it's like because we're looking at ourselves edge on, because we're standing on it, right? We can't see the other side of our own galaxy. But because this is sort of coming at us like this, we can see a ton of it, trillions of stars. More stars in that little view than you can see in our entire night sky. It's kind of fun to think about. I wonder what they see when they look up at us. You know, when you talk about like 3 trillion stars, there's got to be some habitable zones out there. Not to get too far afield, but there's probably some fun, spooky, Lovecraftian tentacle monsters hanging out there. Some deep ones on some Europa-like realm. Who knows? Am I pushing too hard to make this spooky? Probably. Yeah, so there's Andromeda, where you can see some beautiful dust lanes, some beautiful swirling going on, and then that bright, gorgeous core, which I love. Yeah, so Andromeda was the princess sent to be offered up as sacrifice for someone offending Poseidon, and then the sea monster Cetus, who's kind of down here in the view, boop, 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 was sent to go destroy her. And then Perseus, this guy right here, the Centurion, went and sort of saved her with Pegasus, which is a weird, spooky story in and of itself. Actually, do you mind just taking a quick view at Algol? I know it's just going to look like a star, but I want to talk about it. Algol is one of my favorite things. And if you're a fan of the DC Comics, you might recognize the old name for this star as Ra's al Ghul, the head of the demon. And in the view, it would be boop boop boop. One of these guys. I believe it's this one. Yeah. Anyway, Algol is an eclipsing binary. So periodically it will disappear from view, and that time is coming up for us, my friends. So on October 30th at about 6:30 p.m. our time, we're gonna get an eclipse. It should be high enough on the horizon to see, and it should be dark enough to see. And so, like, check it out. It's a fun October 30th, that's Sunday, spooky Halloween event. It's a watch the star disappear. You can amaze your friends, scare your kids, trick your enemies in seeing this star disappearing. It's basically, there's a bright, one of them is bright and one of them is very, very dim. When the very, very dim one crosses in front, it just looks like the star goes away for a couple hours. So it's supposed to be the rotating head of Medusa. And it'll turn you to stone when it's looking at you, and you can't even see that it's there because you've been turned to spooky stone. The whole story of Medusa and Pegasus is really, really weird. Medusa, Pegasus is what came out of Medusa when Medusa died, because Medusa was a priestess for goddess Athena, I believe, and she was cursed to look like the snake-haired demon lady, the Gorgon Medusa, and but like all of her goodness sort of like got compressed together. She kind of had a fling with Poseidon, and when her blood after the Gorgon's head was, do I have to keep this PG? After the blood mixed with the water, all right, and so then Poseidon's like sort of could help her, and what sprang forth was a winged horse. So the kid that was sent to kill Medusa, it creates this winged horse, and then he rides it around forever, which seems kind of weird. That it's like, beheaded. Anyway, I'm gonna ride you around, and you're gonna be my like flying mount now. But that's the way it goes. Anyway, this is Algol. Check it out. I really like it. And yeah, I'm excited to see an eclipse of it on the 30th. Would we see much if we were to look at Neptune? Ooh, okay. Who's my stand-in Avenger? Man. Oh no. I gotta think about that. So, generally, I'm a DC guy. Oh, hey, we got Neptune. Neptune, obviously, very, very blue, god of the ocean, equivalent to Poseidon. I would say if I had to be an Avenger, I would be Tony Stark, and then I would quit being an Avenger and just be rich. Anyway, Neptune, looking beautiful. I think we got a little view of Triton kind of popping in and out as a dim pixel. I'm digging it. Yeah, we are. Triton, obviously Triton, the pentadent, or I guess trident of Poseidon. Yeah, so Neptune, Poseidon, very, very vengeful and very, very weird, as most of the Greek and Roman gods were. A lot of them were dating all over, very high school, just like, oh, this person's dating this person, now they're dating this person, now they're dating this person. But like realistically, they were a class of 12. There was like 12 gods available at the time. So like, I don't know, they had to kind of break up and make up and break up and make up all over the place. Because they had killed all of the Titans. Well, most of them, or captured them, or put them away somewhere, or done all kinds of weird things to the Titans. I guess, when we're looking at Saturn, Saturn's in Pan, which is really fun. If you want to hear some fun stories. Yeah. I don't know, what's your stand? What's your Avengers? And if we want to talk about like DC, I really like Solomon Grundy is a big one, but I'm kind of a villains guy. Anyway, Let's see what else we can get. We looked at Andromeda. Could we do just any old part of the Perseus double clusters? Gotham Knights. Misha. Misha Collins. Oh yeah. Solomon Grundy. Was it the Long Halloween where he's got like where Batman gets him with the flare? That's always a cool scene. Like, oh, no, who was it? That wasn't Loeb. That was Frank Miller, right? Frank Miller Batman is the coolest Batman. Anyway, try for some Perseus double cluster. Any old part of it is fine. The reason I like the Perseus double cluster is because it's the fringe of the Centaurian. So Perseus, obviously was one of the heroes, probably partial god. I never remember. They're always like, oh, I'm like 1/3 god, like I'm 2/3 god, I'm like half god, I'm like quarter god. So just get over yourselves. But it's so if we look at the view of Perseus here, it's supposed to be, this is his head, right? And he's like sort of like leaning forward and holding, oh, you can't see my body. He's leaning forward and he's holding his arm way back as if he's going to like do a haymaker punch kind of thing. And I'll switch views to make it a little bit easier. However you see my thing while we adjust and move around. So he's holding back Medusa's head here, right? And that's where we get the eye, Algol. And then his like legs are going down like this, and I don't know what that is. A spur on one of his boots, maybe. Who knows? But this fuzzy patch up here is what we've got in the view. And that's meant to be like his centurion fringe on his helmet, which I think is really, really cool. There's a third little star cluster in that zone that, you know, there's too many to see right now, and we're barely getting these two in. The Perseus double cluster, which is very, very beautiful. Two little star clusters that are near each other. And I just think that they're neat because they're part of his helmet. And like it's like someone looked up at the sky and said like, oh, that's that hero Perseus, and that's got to be his gladiatorial helmet fringe up there. So I don't know, it kind of fits with the idea of costuming and also cutting off the heads of demons. Yeah. Take a moment to admire that. Yeah, Perseus double cluster is one of the ones that you could probably see with your naked eye on even an okay night. It's obviously located right around here. The trick to finding it is just to find Cassiopeia up here, which looks like the M or the W or the E or the 3, depending on how it looks, or the rotation, right? And kind of follow it down towards Perseus as if it's Perseus just finishing up punishing the queen by dunking her in water over and over and over. And now it's like his head there, or it could be water droplets coming off. It's whatever you want it to be. But in a lot of views, actually, I might even be able to bring up some constellation art. In a lot of views, it is his little fringe mohawk thing, which I think is cool. What else do we want to look at? Let's take a peek up at. Let's do some stuff over in Cygnus. Do we want to try for just Alberio to start with? Something easy. I like the story of it. It's fun. So we're going to go and transition, and we're going to move over to this view. Boop, boop, boop. I think that's how you spell it. Might be an E. Is it Alberio? Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah. Oh, beautiful. So the reason I love this so much is, you know, sometimes you'll hear it called like the dancing star, or you'll hear it called like the, not the disco star. It's got a bunch of weird names that relate to it twinkling. So you can see it's a double star or binary star. One of them is blue, and one of them is quite orange, right? and you know, they move around, not in a speed that we can see, but they do. Right, and the blue one is blue because it's burning hotter, and the orange one is orange because it's burning cooler. It's cooling down. They think that the orange one, for a while people thought that, well, one must be young and one must be old. The blue one must be the young one, and so for a while people talked about it as sort of the grandfather and grandson star, like the old star kind of holding the baby star. But it's a lot more evidence is kind of suggesting that the big one just ate up more stellar fuel early on, and then kind of like accelerated its life cycle by being a little bit greedy with all the stellar fuel, all the hydrogen and stuff like that. And so it's kind of dying off. It's kind of cool because it's called Alberio, which means the beak, and you know, it's the beak of Cygnus the Swan. So in my little tiny view, maybe you can see that it's here, it's the beak, and it kind of extends. This is the graceful neck of the swan, and then its little tail feathers is Deneb, which means the tail, or just means tail. Similarly, like, I don't know, there's a bunch of other star cluster or constellations that have the name Deneb in them as well. But it's got these long, graceful, flowing wings, and so it's sort of the orange beak of the swan with like the little blue water droplet, and you can't see that with your naked eye. I don't think anyone can look up and see the two stars. So how did it kind of get that connection? Well, when stars twinkle, right? The reason that they twinkle is because there's a little bit of atmosphere disturbing, and you know, you might have heard the saying that like stars twinkle but planets don't, right? And that's sort of true. It just, I mean, it depends how much atmosphere is in the way. But what's realistically happening is that stars are coming in as a single pinpoint of light to us for the most part, right? You can think of it as like a pixel on a screen. So a star is one pixel. Versus a planet, even far away planets, are a lot of pixels, right? And so if one pixel is blinking in and out from disturbance, on a planet, you're not going to notice. But on a star, it's going to go boop, 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 right? It's going to mess with the view. Well, so with this one in particular, because they're so close together that your naked eye really can't resolve them, when one twinkles, but the other one isn't quite twinkling, it'll look like it shifts from orange to blue for a second, or blue to orange for a second, right? So sometimes they'll say like it's like the fireworks star or something like that, because it'll look like, whoa, it's going from orange to blue for a split second, and it's not a trick of the eye. It's part of it's going out, part of it's not, and it's fun to see. But yeah, it's the beak of the swan with a little water droplet coming off of it. Similarly, so do you mind if we check out Veil just for like a little bit? It might be a long exposure, but it's beautiful, and I do want to see. It'd be really fun to see. So Veil Nebula is also in Cygnus. Cygnus the Swan. So the common version of Cygnus that you might have heard is that Cygnus the Swan is either Zeus dressed as a swan to seduce someone, because that's all Zeus has in his, that's like how he flirts, is to transform into something that people think is cool. He also like transforms people into animals a lot because he just doesn't get people. But you might have also heard Cygnus being involved in the story of Phaethon, which is kind of the son of Apollo that kind of fell in a river after getting zapped by lightning because he didn't understand how to. He basically stole a chariot and didn't know how to control it, and it was the chariot that happened to be pulling the sun, and so it kind of messed some stuff up. It's also associated with Orpheus. Cygnus the Swan is supposed to be parts of Orpheus floating down the river after he was dismembered because he didn't want to date anyone. So they killed him, which is kind of weird. But anyway, this is Veil Nebula. It is in Cygnus the Swan. It's part of a huge other part of a supernova remnant. and there's some of it we can see, some of it's in X-ray, some of it's in radio, and all kinds of things. But we're seeing a lot of really, really beautiful colors. We're seeing reds of hydrogen. We're seeing results of oxygen and things like that. But this is the remnants of a supernova, and a big one. This one was maybe, I don't know, tens of thousands of years ago. Oops, thanks. Boop-a-doop. Stage manager's getting mad at me, or the production director. It's like, switch view. Okay. Yeah. So Veil Nebula. It's very wispy, and it is massive. You can trace it all over the place. It used to be when I would operate the portable telescopes outside. I would try and find any little bit of it and try and follow the sinews of it like a little maze, because it's fun. But yeah, so this is a very, very large star. Basically went supernova, which means it exploded. And because I'm a nerd for words and like the meaning of words and things, nova just means new, right? So like they'd be like, oh look, nova star, stellar nova, right? And they'd be like, new star, and it became the term for when a star, realistically, it was like an explosion or something in the sky. But a supernova is like, whoa, that's way bigger than a star. That's a supernova star, right? A more recent one was Crab Nebula, was a supernova. It was very, very big and very, very bright. But this is kind of what happens. This is expanding very, very fast. The parts are expanding at millions of miles an hour across, right? It's so far away we're not going to see any motion. You could probably pretend you are, or if we like jiggle the view. But this is kind of what happens when a very, very big star dies, and it blows this stuff out there, and it's basically ionized gases. So they're illuminated. We can see them because we can get Crab Nebula? Really? Cool, let's get Crab Nebula. Crab Nebula is also a fun one. Oops. Crab Nebula was a more recent supernova remnant. Why can't I spell crab? It's like 4 letters. So Crab Nebula is in Taurus, sort of near Taurus, and it's actually pretty close to Mars right now. That's kind of fun. Yeah, Crab Nebula was. So we're not going to be able to see. We're not going to be able to see Orion's Belt, and we probably won't be able to see the North Star either. The North Star is just behind our telescopes, our whole telescope bay. And I think Orion's just way too low. Like, this is almost as low as we're going to be able to get. We might be able to get a smidge lower, but Orion's Belt is like really on the horizon. And, we've got trees and things like that. So, but Crab Nebula is nothing to snub your nose at. This one is really cool because it's from about 1,000 years ago, this thing went. And you can definitely see a lot of the colors in the sort of ionized gas cloud, the ionized debris cloud. Lots of reds from the hydrogen and things like that, kind of spreading out. It's much less spread out than Veil, which is why we can see it a little bit easier. This would have been visible in the daytime. It would have been about the size of the full moon and probably as bright. This thing would have been huge when it first went. So people would definitely have called it a supernova star, a super new star, and probably lost their minds at the same time. About 1,000 years ago, imagine there's a star that everyone knows about, and you look up at it and it's like, yeah, that's in the constellation, love it, it's my favorite thing ever. And then the next day it's replaced by a giant glowing debris cloud. You'd probably be pretty scared, or think something crazy was going on. Yeah, the Crab Nebula, if you can kind of like hold on long enough and you get a long enough exposure shot, it does end up looking a lot like a little bit like a fiddler crab's like shell kind of, which is better than Cancer the Crab, which looks like a smush. I guess this is kind of a smush too. Can we see any spiral galaxies? I don't think so, not tonight. If you look real hard at the Milky Way,
Let's see. Where's Pegasus? So we had kind of like gone past Pegasus a little bit. Pegasus is kind of where Andromeda Galaxy was. Oh, scroll out. Oh, M33. Hey, we can see M33. Okay. Your wish is our command. Oops. So yeah, while we push through that, yes, the story of Cygnus the Swan with Orpheus is that Orpheus was the guy like the Orpheum theaters. He was the first bard. He sort of went to the underworld to pull his wife out, and at the end, Pluto snatched him back. Yeah, so M33 viewing now, beautiful spiral galaxy. You can definitely see some of the spirals in it, and not too many dusty bits, but it's probably as good as we're gonna get for now. And it is very, very pretty. I don't even know where M33 is, to be honest. What is M33 common? Oh, cool. Triangulum or pinwheel. Yeah, I guess pinwheel makes sense for a spiral, right? Not the M101 pinwheel, the other pinwheel. Or triangulum. Yeah, Zach, we were looking at a couple planets earlier. We might look at another one a little bit in a little bit of time once it gets a little bit higher. I'd like to look at something a little more warlike for Halloween. Yeah, M33, gorgeous spiral galaxy, right? Galaxy spiral for the same reason that everything kind of resolves as a disk in outer space, but you know, a disk that's not connected by anything but gravity, so it kind of like loops in on itself. Eventually it'll lap over and over in itself and look really cool. I don't know too much interesting facts about Pinwheel, except that it is a spiral, and I can tell you facts about spiral galaxies in general. Let's see what else we can take a peek at. I don't know how far we are. Do we want to dip down to Mars and get some people some more planety things? Yeah. Mars. Hey, look, it's Mars. It's very martial. You know, it's where we get that word, God of War, blood red. The God of War is followed by its moons, Phobos and Deimos. You know, fear and panic or whatever. Yeah. And I don't know, spoopy cool. It's our little pumpkin planet for Halloween. You know, this observatory was founded to look for life on Mars, and I believe that we will find that life on Mars relatively soon. I don't know much about. Oh, we could look at Capella, little goat star. Yeah. So this is this little planet here. Next nearest little duder is why we have this observatory. To look and see if there's alien life out there, and yeah, I believe that we will have life on Mars within the next 50 years, as this generation grows a little older and becomes the first Martian colonists, and then we'll have life there, and probably someone won't wash their boot, and we'll get some weird bugs or something. I don't know, but I do think it's very pretty. Yeah, and it's where we get like martial arts and martial law and war things. You know, when something is from a planet, we would say it's we use the suffix "ian," so like Mercurian would be things from Mercury, and then IAL, right, to mean like of and relating to it. So like Martian are things from Mars, and martial is of and relating to Mars, just like Mercurian and Mercurial, right? The mercurial god going in retrograde all the time or whatever. And so we get that. Anyway, John's word nerd corner for now. Yeah, let's see what else we can find that would be fun. We could get Capella. Capella's pretty. Capella means little baby goat. It's kind of fun. The whole constellation of Capella, and then to a degree like the Hyades, so like parts of Taurus, are all kind of wrapped up in a bunch of different constellation mythologies throughout history, and it's one of the big examples of when we see a lot of cultures crossing together and mixing. So Capella is supposed to be, or Capella is the goat, right? In Auriga the charioteer, and it's a chariot, so it's the guy that invented the chariot, right? And yeah, just a regular chariot. Well, this constellation was also associated with Thor's chariot that was pulled by two goats. His little wagon chariot pulled by two goats. And so then we mix up the stories, and it's and in the story of Thor with the chariot, some kids broke his goat's leg, and he has to care for the goat, and then it's being pulled by kids. Well, those stories are now culturally smushed together, and now Auriga is like a Roman chariot, but pulled by goats, and then there's like a person holding it and like training a new little baby goat. Not associated with a cappella. I think it's just coincidence. Let's see, Jonathan. I'm not sure. If we can grab it, we can try. But I'm not too versed in which ones we can view on any given night, except for the ones that are like very high up. Although Cygnus, I'm not sure what we'd be able to see in it. Oh, we're going to try and work on grabbing coordinates for it so we can grab it. But yeah, let's ramble about some other stuff. Just give us a minute while we look at Capella. What else would be fun? Let's look at that one. Could take a peek at some more stuff in. I'm just thinking about afterwards. We could take a peek at some more stuff in Pegasus because I love it. I love that weird winged horse in mythology, and the stories associated with it are always like really, really funny. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking was M15. At least while we look for the rain deck. I'm gonna name it. I'll call it M15. Someone will get mad at me if I just make up something for it. I feel like it deserves a better name. And I propose the name Fountain Cluster, but it is, as of yet, not taken off. I believe it's somewhere off the tip of Enif. See if I can pull up. Don't look behind the curtain. It's I don't know. It's somewhere off the nose of Enif. I think it might be right around there. Not quite sure. This is one of my super all-time favorite globular star clusters. Oh, hey, thanks for subscribing. Let's see. Yeah, well, these are all bright stars, Zach. Look. Here's so many bright stars for you. This is a globular star cluster. This is a fun one because at the center of it, it's believed to have an intermediate-sized black hole, which I think is pretty fun. I'm nice to everyone. I am a sweet boy. Oh yeah, so for the Cygnus X1 thing, we do have the RN deck now, so we can find it afterwards. But this is the cluster that I associate with sort of like Pegasus springing forth. And Pegasus means to spring forth. Not to go back all the way around to Pegasus, but I don't know, I like it. And it's a fun Halloween story. And this is the Zach, you are the brightest star in our sky. Yeah, there's, you get a lot of bang for your buck with this one. Tens of thousands of stars, and they're all, very, very beautiful. But it's a little globular star cluster, so globular star clusters just mean they're sort of lumped together and they're not going anywhere, like an open cluster like the Hyades or what we call it, the Big Dipper. All those stars were together at one point. Now they're kind of spreading out over time. These ones are probably sticking around, and they kind of move around as one unit around the Milky Way, which is always fun. And this one's got a little baby black hole at the center of it. You could, globular star clusters, there's a lot of ways that they form, but one of them is that they're sort of the leftover core of a galaxy that was cannibalized by the Milky Way long ago, and this is the last little spirit of the galaxy with a little black hole in its heart, circling around. So I think it's kind of fun. Anyway, we could do M35, unless you want to try for the Cygnus X1 thing. Or we could save it for near the end. I don't know, whatever you want. Dealer's choice. I'm gonna pick some fun stuff. Let me chat with the chat for a sec. Hey Albert, so we looked at Neptune, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars a little bit earlier. They're pretty fun. Yeah, we're gonna go to X1. Couldn't tell you much about it, but we'll pop it up. Yeah, while we move that around, so again, Cygnus, one of my favorite constellations because it's associated with Orpheus. So what happens, everyone knows the story of Orpheus going to the underworld to get his wife back, and it doesn't go as planned, right? Because she basically gets taken back down there, right? And he had been using his lyra, his lyre, to hypnotize. Oh yeah, so Sarah, who's operating the telescope, points out that there is a black hole in this view, but we can't see it. But it's there, which is kind of cool. I don't know. I don't have the RN deck. What? Oh, thanks, By the Sea. Appreciate you. Snaps in chat. So if we had X-ray, we'd be able to see something interesting, something cool. But we can know it's there, and that's fun. What is my favorite? Zach's asking what my favorite sky object is. I'm a real basic guy, to be honest. I really like I like Ring Nebula. Right, it's a dead star that's showing off some cool stuff. It's showing, I like it because the life cycle of a star is really, really cool to me. And I like the idea of sort of like elemental or atomic inheritance between stars. I honestly, yeah. Cody's making fun of me. Yes, pumpkin spice lattes, Ring Nebula. This is what I like. We've still got like 15 minutes or so like that. We should do Ring Nebula at some point. You know what? Can we pop over to Ring? Sorry guys, I know it's basic, but I like it. I like it because I enjoy the idea of sort of when a star dies, it seeds the next generation of stars with elements and things like that. Yeah, we could probably get Orion next month. It's just like it's barely 2 right now. It's barely too low right now. But next month we'll have that one up, and we'll talk all about this guy back there. It's my background image. Yeah, there's some Ring. Ooh-wee, it's a beautiful thing. Ring Nebula is also in the constellation of Lyra, which I'm hunting for in this little side view now. Is it just so high up that I can't see it? Oh, there's. All right. Ring Nebula is in the part of the Lyra that you'd expect a sound to emanate, right? A little ringing. It's not a bell, right? It's a string instrument, but you know, the vibration of the strings sort of sending out the, like, I like to imagine like in Scott Pilgrim, you know, when he's like playing the guitar and the guitar off, and it kind of sends out concentric circles in a cone. I like to imagine that. But yeah, this is like my favorite thing. It's what happens. It's showing all the parts of when a star dies, right? From the little, is that a white dwarf at the center? Or is that a star in the background on this one? Either way, there's like a little white dwarf at the center, and then there's the colors representing the different elements, and you can tell what elements they are based on their color, and it's sending out the shock wave incredibly fast, but it's incredibly large, and so we don't see that motion, but it's spreading out, and eventually it'll spread out far enough that those elements will get stuck in some hydrogen cloud somewhere, and then some other star will have inherited the last bits. That last little breath that this star gives is to create the heaviest elements it can, and then seed the next generation of stars with a little leg up, right? It's like the American dream is to have things a little bit better than our parents had it, right? And like this star is like giving that little gift to the next generation of stars. And I think it's really cool. And also, I like when the science kind of lines up in a weird way with the mythology. And oh, boop, boop, boop. Do we want to take a look at M13? Can we? Where is Herc? Bless my soul. Ah, yeah. Herc is set. Sorry. old Hercules. So we are doing a live stream, a 2 a.m. live stream on November 8th for the eclipse. I am? Oh no, I am at 2 a.m. Who signed me up for that? Yeah, no, I'll be doing that. It'll be super fun. I'm a huge fan of the moon in general. I like rocky things. Stellar stuff is cool, but I really like the moon. Luna's a little piece of us. Hecate, the goddess of the moon, is also some cool mythology, also associated with Orpheus sometimes, but more often than not associated with the story of like Persephone and things like that. But she's not up. That's like Virgo territory. Oh, do we want to take a peek at Uranus? Can you see much with Uranus? I feel like it just looks like a cool blue ball. Whoa, it exploded. No, that's still right. Yeah, so Uranus, I believe, is the only, well, one of 2 planets in our solar system not named for Roman gods, because the equivalent would be Salus, right? And so, and Celestial was kind of already taken. Oh, moons! We got moons. That's fun. Yeah, I dig it. Okay, good call. Thanks for everyone that told me to look for Uranus. Yeah, Celestial. Yeah, so like the if you get in chat and tell me the other planet in our solar system not named for a Roman god besides Uranus, it'd be neat. And if anyone here in chat knows the first name for Uranus before they changed it, also props in the chat. Cody's raising her hand. Yeah, no, we know. And if anyone, no?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Who got it first? I'll tell you, the only other planet in our solar system would be Earth, right? And it's of Norse origin, which I think is fun. Named for a giant associated with dirt, and it was their name was Jorð. And then weirdly, Jorð to George would be Uranus's original name. Oh no, I can't read all that. Astrodynamic got it first, apparently. George. George was the first name for Uranus because it was discovered in England, and they said, let's name it after King George. And nowhere else in the world did they like that name. Astro got it right. Awesome. Snaps in the chat. Uranus and Neptune are blue because of long chain, what do you call them? Like carbony type things, right? Methane, ammonia, stuff like that. Like hydrocarbons, right? I don't know chemical names, guys. Sorry. I just know that like they're blue for the same reason that like Windex is blue, or things with ammonia. They're this sort of like the hybrid gas giants, which are just past the regular gas giants, but now they're all, they're still big, but they're much more condensed, right? Because they're cooler, they're a lot farther away from the sun, and they're not quite icy bodies. They're just sort of like more condensed because of the cold, and and so like you can get the formation of like these longer chain molecules and things like that. Jonathan Walker, you are welcome. That's 5 planets. Can we name them? Did you count Earth? Because that would be 6. I'm a nerd. Whatever. Let's see. We've got a little bit of time left. What's something that we wanted to look at tonight but haven't gotten a chance to yet? I think I've gotten most of the ones that I was like really excited about. Dumbbell looks like a little bit too low. Yeah. Don't point the telescope at Earth. It's all right. If we point the telescope at Earth, you'll see like a little bit of static followed by just the rest of the stream being black. Hey, apparently Star Stuff, our podcast here at Lowell Observatory, is in the top 20 for astronomy podcasts and number 3 astronomy podcast on Good Pods. Thanks, pals. I have not been on one of those in a while, but they're fun. The one last week was when it aired. I was on that one. Guys, I don't pay attention to things. Awesome.
The conspiracy.
Oh, that was the conspiracy one. That one was fun. I felt a little bit weird. I got schooled a couple times, which was good. I like to learn stuff. Love a good conspiracy. They tried to trip me up with different conspiracies, and I tried to correct them as best I can. But there were a couple where I believed in the conspiracy and I had no idea, and no one tells me nothing. But so check that one out. I hope you like them. Always get at me in the Discord. Corrections on correcting John is very easy. So you should get in there and get all the cool points that you possibly can while I post memes and check it out every once in a while. Let's end the night on something super fun. Sarah, any suggestions on what to end? My only thing was dumbbell, but what was it? The fox looks a little low, to be honest. Oh, hey Curtis, sorry. Curtis on the scope now. Sculptor, cool. If I could learn to spell. So we'll take a peek at a fun little galaxy to kind of cap the night, I think.
Arcturus.
Arcturus. Uh-oh. We're trying to look at sculptor. Astrodynamic is also suggesting Arcturus. Arcturus is a fun star. It's just a nice bright star, which we might take a peek at in a sec. But let's settle on a fun view, a little edge-on view of a beautiful galaxy, and contemplate our place in the world. Arcturus is a little bit low. Sorry. Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones where it follows with sort of like Arc to Arcturus, Spike to Spica. So if we could get Spica, we'd be able to be talking about Persephone and Hades. Hades obviously being the counterpart to Pluto, which I guess we like up here because we found it and stuff. I'm being flip. Yeah, no, we heart the Pluto. Hades, Pluto, love it. But yeah, beautiful view. You can see a lot of the dusting, little bits of spiraling. This one looks a lot more dramatic, honestly, than Andromeda is a bit too close for us, so it's a bit big in the night sky, which means it's a little more diffuse, right? The light isn't as condensed. And then when we were looking at Triangulum, we're seeing it edge on, or we're seeing it, face on, which makes it also a little bit more diffuse. But this nice little edge on guy, thanks, Curtis. Good call. Yeah, Sculptor. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Do we want to look at one more time than I thought? What looks fun? What? We looked at Uranus. What are you doing? We can't get anything in.
Dumbbell?
We could take a peek at Dumbbell if it's not too. Oh, Curtis is informing me now that the Orion Nebula, Orion just got above the trees. I was actually just going to suggest, like Bellatrix, maybe just any part of the giant. But if we can grab some Orion Nebula, that's the way to go. I do like Dumbbell a lot. Dumbbell's probably my second favorite object, to be honest, because it's sort of the same view that you would get from the same sort of view that you would get from Ring Nebula, but looking from above. Oh, and they're also requesting Dumbbell. Yeah, so there we go. Look, twinsies. It's right behind me. Yeah, Orion Nebula is a stellar nursery, and a gorgeous one at that. You get some dust, some dark nebula in the foreground. Nebula just means cloud, so I can call anything a nebula that I feel like. But we have this dark nebula in front, and then the illumination, the ionization of all these gases in the background, forming stars. It's a stellar nursery. Little baby stars are popping out of this thing all the time. And it's going to be right here, blink, in Orion's dagger and Orion's sword. Yeah, and so this, I guess, is the second or first or one of the other two ends of sort of the life cycle of a star, right? This is where stars are born, but this is also where that stellar inheritance goes to, right? If you get stars forming or stars dying off, right, either from a supernova or just a planetary nebula like Ring Bell or Dumbbell Nebula, those elements get stuck, they get caught, they hit this gas cloud, and they kind of get mixed around. And then when those new stars form, that's what they grab. They grab hold of those elements, and they make new stars. And when those new stars are formed, they have a couple elements that they probably shouldn't have just yet. They started out with a cheat code and got there early. And the star, when it forms, it doesn't want those elements in it. It spits them out to the edges. And those become things like the planets and part of the sort of the solar, like the protosolar disk, right? And then the protoplanetary disks and things like that. But I love them. It's looking really, really pretty, but yeah, it's kind of Curtis is pointing out, we'll do a lot better next time. Yeah, let's end on dumbbell. As Orion gets higher and higher and higher at this time of night, it'll look even chef's kiss. It'll look so beautiful. We're getting a little bit of sky glow out of Flagstaff. We are a dark sky city, but a lot of that sky glow is coming from things like headlights or from the cars on the streets. We just can't really get around that, and it's a little bit hazy. But as it gets higher, we get less of that sort of horizon type effect, and we're going to see we'll be able to not see the clouds so much. What? We're not switching to Dumbo? Yeah, there we go. So this is what Ring Nebula would look like from the side, right? Or I mean, it is what Ring Nebula looks like from the side. It's the little rotten apple core of a star that done gone and exploded. I believe you can see the white dwarf at the middle, or is it just a star in the background? Curtis, do you know? Either way, they form more like an hourglass with sort of a ring of these elemental clouds forming. And again, it's spitting them all out, and they're going to get stuck in something. It is a white dwarf at the middle. White dwarfs are the creepiest thing in the world to me. They're like a hyperheated core of pure carbon that's just like ripping through the universe, man. And then eventually they will cool down into the darkest, maddest black that there is, and it's just still just ripping through the universe, like a bowling ball made of like the color of charcoal, just tearing around. But I think they're very, very beautiful. I think we're going to leave a still image of the dumbbell up as we kind of wrap up, so we can shut down the telescope. It's getting a little bit chilly out. I think it's probably close to freezing, if not below freezing, up here on the hill right now. And so the Malin cam's gonna take a little break, but we'll get a little last still up while we kind of look around. Hey, how long have I worked for them? I don't remember.
7 years.
No, it can't be 7 years. Maybe like 5 years?
That's what you said when we met.
I don't know anymore. Yeah, 2016-ish. 4, 5, 6, something around there. I know I was hired in April of a year. But I really, really like the constellations, specifically the mythologies. I really, really like the stars, and I like the rocky things. So, my background is in physics, but I come from a family of storytellers and seafaring folk, and so the constellations and the stars are kind of in my DNA somewhere. Oh, thanks. Thanks by the sea. Thanks Astro. It was fun seeing y'all hanging out. Appreciate all the requests and comments. It's nice when I know people have things that they want to see rather than just the stuff that I want to see, because what I want to see is just dumbbell, and then I would leave it on there the entire night and just tell you stories about like Egyptian gods or whatever. But prep some fun questions for me in the Discord, or ask me, save them up for next time. We'll probably be viewing more of Orion, and Orion is also the Egyptian god of the dead in mythology, the Orion Nebula was like this bag of glowing souls that he was carrying around to be weighed against hearts against a feather or whatever, which I always think is fun. Anyway, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me for this hour or so and doing all the fun things. Oh, Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice.
Cut him off.
Battle guys. No, we'll save it for next time. Yeah. Bye everybody. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out, you nerds.
If it's working. looks like.
Good.
Cool. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm going to wait a few minutes for people to join, but welcome to Interactive Stargazing 2.0. Do you like my background? It's the Godot. Hi! Hi, everyone. Yeah, we're going to wait maybe about like a minute or two just to let people join here. Give everyone a second. Hi! Yeah, I'm super excited about our stream tonight. Hi, everyone. Hey, yo. So welcome, everyone. My name is Hannah. I am a research assistant here at Lowell Observatory, and I'm also an educator. Some of the research that I do here is near-Earth asteroids, but I also do research on Mars at NAU. I've done research on stars, and a fun little tidbit part of research that I've done is actually on arthropods. So I studied spiders. That was just to get a foot in the door in astrobiology. It was really fun. So I'm really excited to show you guys so many cool things tonight with Interactive Stargazing 2.0. We're going to be looking at a whole bunch of cool things right now. Right now on the screen I have a bright star Regulus, and I'll be telling you all about that here. Just a second. Oh, it looks like a satellite just passed by in the bottom right corner. That was pretty cool. So I'm going to, yeah, just again, wait maybe just like one more minute for people to join. Let's put this now viewing. Oh, hi everyone, welcome. Okay, so it seems like most people are tuned in. So again, welcome everyone to Interactive Stargazing 2.0. Tonight we're going to be focusing on one of the constellations that's actually setting in the sky right now called Leo the Lion. And so the reason why I decided to focus on Leo the Lion tonight is because, again, it's setting in the sky and we're not going to be able to see it, very shortly here. So I thought it'd be a really good chance to focus in on one of, I think, my favorite zodiac constellations. I really like Leo and Gemini just because they look a lot like what they actually are. So Leo is a lion. And so I'll show you here what Leo looks like. So here's Stellarium. This is a free app that you can get. It's online, you can download it, it's on the web. So let's go over to Leo. So Leo is in the southwest right now. It is setting. So I'll zoom in here on Leo. Here's our beautiful Leo the Lion. And I wish I could turn it around. Can I turn it around? No. I'll just leave it like this. So as you can see, Leo is setting. It's getting very close to the horizon here to the west. It's in the southwest. It's setting. It's going to be slowly going down. You can see Gemini is basically gone. We have Cancer here. And so Leo, we have this backwards question mark that I say that is actually the mane of the lion. And so this backwards question mark here, that's the mane. And then these two stars go out here to these two stars and they make a rectangle. And this is the body of Leo the Lion. And then we have these two, this makes a triangle, and that's the tail of Leo the Lion. And so there's some really cool stars here. You can see that the names pop up. So we have Algeba, Regulus, and Denebula. So let's start off with Algeba. So I can zoom in here to Algeba, and I don't know if Stellarium will make it out, but Algeba, oh, there it is. You can just barely see it in Stellarium. So Algeba is actually a binary star system, and Algeba actually means the forehead of the lion. So if we zoom back out really quickly, I mean, it's kind of in that area, but it's actually, I believe, Arabic, Algeba, the name. So it's a binary star system, so there's two stars, they're orbiting around each other. We'll get a chance to look at that tonight. So that's one of the stars I'll be focusing on in Leo. We also have Regulus, which is in the screen right above me. That's Regulus. That's a live feed of it. And so Regulus is the regal star in Leo the Lion, and it actually means the little king. And so it's a very, very bright young star. And this is actually a really interesting star because there's actually four. It's a quadruple star system. And so we'll talk more about that one. And then we also have Denebula, which is the tail of the lion. And so if you guys are new here to interactive stargazing and especially 2.0, what I'm going to be doing tonight is we're going to be using our plane wave telescope to move around and look at all different objects. I'll be able to show you live images of them, talk a little bit about them, and towards the end, if you guys have any requests for things that might be up in the sky tonight, I'll be able to move the telescope and show you that object. And so I'll show you here how we're going to be moving the telescope. So we have our plane wave interface, and that is how we move the telescope. There it is. And so here is our plane wave interface. So again, we have this telescope at the Giovanni Open Deck Observatory. That are on these two big, oh, it's actually right behind me. Here's the Godo. And these telescopes here, the really tall ones, these are our plane waves, and so they move super fast. They're really cool. And we're using this one here that has a camera. It's called a Malicam, hooked up to the back of it. And so it can take live images. And so this is the interface that we use to move the telescope around. So as you can see, I have some things pulled up here. And we also, just like on Stellarium, have a view of the whole entire night sky. And so right now, the telescope is pointing at Regulus. So let's talk a little bit about that. Let's pull it up here. So here is our beautiful star Regulus. Let me actually put in the name Regulus. It says Orion Nebula, but that one's actually set. Regulus. There we go. So here is our regal star Regulus. So like I was saying, it's a quadruple star system. So there's two pairs of stars in Regulus. We actually can't make it out with the telescope. They're very, very close together. I mean, I can try to zoom in here on Regulus, and if I look to my left over here, it's because this is where I'm actually controlling everything. And so I can zoom in to Regulus here. You can see how it's a very bright blue star. It's so beautiful. And so Regulus has a companion, and then I believe that one has also a companion, and then Regulus has one too. So there's like two, the binary, both each have their own companion, and they're both going around each other. So it's a quadruple star system, which I think is ridiculous. It's so cool that there's stars that not only is there two, but there's more. And so how that happens is when stars are born, they're born in this big cloud of gas and dust, and it's called a nebula. And maybe not denebula, just a nebula. I know it sounds a little similar, but so this nebula is basically just a space cloud. It's made up of gas and dust, and it's so dense that gravity collapses and the particles in that nebula start to smash together, and we get nuclear fusion, and that's how we get some baby stars. And so when this happens in the nebula, it happens to kind of collapse in multiple points more often than not. And so the sun, for example, doesn't have a partner. And so that's kind of uncommon because most of the stars that we see in the sky actually are like twins, and that's the binary. So they're two or even more, just like Regulus. So it's a quadruple star system, which I think is, again, super fun. And so, yeah, that's a nice one. Again, very blue. And so, oh, that's a satellite, I think, yeah. So you could see how for a second there was a big streak right in front of the star. And so that was just a satellite passing right in front of it. And so we might see that often tonight. And how we can tell that it's a satellite is, I wish I took a picture of it, but when that happens, you can see that it's almost like little dots. And so that's it taking pictures of it kind of like moving. So it looks pretty cool. Anyway, so the color of Regulus is blue. Again, it's very regal looking. I associate like blue and purple with like, you know, royalty. And so it's very, very blue. And the reason why Regulus is very blue is because of its temperature. And so it's a very, very hot star. And hot stars tend to look more bluish, kind of white. And think of it kind of like a flame. Although stars aren't on fire, they're made of plasma. We can think of kind of this color like a flame. So the hottest part of a flame is blue. And when it starts to cool down, maybe towards the top of the flame, it gets more yellow, more orange. And so that's like cool, even though it's still really hot, right? And so these hot stars, they're very, very blue. And they're really young usually, these really hot stars, or they can be. And so they burn through their fuel a little bit faster than some of the cooler stars. And so the cooler stars that we'll see tonight will be a little bit more yellow and orange. And so, you know, they're cooler, they're going through their fuel a lot slower, and they're usually older stars. So is it called a quaternary star system? I think it's just called a quadruple, the quadruple star system. But it could be called a quaternary star system. From what I've seen literally on Google, it's just quadruple star system. And also I'm looking at the chat right now, so if anyone has any questions at all, or, you know, suggestions, anything, like feel free to pop it in the chat. I'm keeping an eye on it. So if the stars were actually burning, they wouldn't last very long. Yeah, exactly. And also, there's no oxygen up in space. And so if you think of a fire, like a flame, there needs to be fuel to feed that fire, and that's oxygen. And in space, there's no oxygen. And, you know, one of the first things that you should do if there's a fire, like an unintentional fire, is you try to suffocate it. You try to get all that oxygen out of there, and then it goes out. And so again, same with space. There's no oxygen, there's no fuel for fire to burn. And so they're not on fire. It's plasma. Super crazy matter. So yeah, there's our beautiful star. So let's move on to one of the other stars that we have in Leo, Algebra. That's a cool one. So let me move to my plane wave interface so you guys can actually see how I can move it. I'm losing my mouse here. There we go. All right, so here's Leo the lion. And as you can see, if I click something, that is actually where my telescope wants to go. And so Algebra, I'll zoom in just so you can see it. I can see it. Well, maybe it brings up too many things. So I'll just click right here, and you'll see it says Algebra. And so when I click go to, the telescope will go to, and then you'll actually see the image above me change. So let's go to Algebra. All right, let's let it settle in here. So I am taking a little bit of a longer exposure. So let me shorten this so I can actually make out both of the stars. So I'm really lowering my exposure here so we can see it. They're very bright. Oh my goodness. Still can't make out. There we go. Oh, too much. Gotta up it just a little bit more. And so Algebra is, again, a binary star system. So we can zoom in and you can see how close they are together. Okay, I gotta actually move it on here so you can see it very well. There we go. There is Algebra. So let me change it now because we're viewing Algebra. Perfect. Yeah, and I am in full control of the telescope. So how we used to do the interactive stargazing is we actually had someone moving the telescope for the person who was doing the interactive stargazing. But now it's just one person doing it all, which I think is really fun. You know, I actually get to move it. I can zoom in and tell you guys the process of like how I'm doing things. So yeah, I think it's a lot of fun being able to control it. Okay, so double star. Now I really want In-N-Out burger. Oh, dang it, why'd you say that? No, I do it. It's late, I'm hungry. My wife says it looks fake. What makes it look like that? Why can't we see them in better detail? Is it just the limitations of the telescope? That's a very good question. So I assume by what you mean is that, like, why don't we see like the whole star, you know, like kind of like how we see the sun, you know, in pictures, we can see almost like details and everything. And so, yeah, it is limitations of telescopes. So, I mean, the only star we really have seen in detail is the sun. It's so close to us, and so we can study it very well. But other stars, it's almost unfathomable how far away they are. So even the closest star to us is like, you know, 3 to 4 light years away, Proxima or Alpha Centauri, and we still can't even make that one out. We can't even see like the surface or any details. I mean, we're working on it. We're working on, you know, getting a better image of other stars, but they're so far away. So when we look at bright stars with the telescope, we're basically just magnifying it. You see them as little points in the sky, and then with the telescope you zoom in and you can see some color, you can see, you know, if they have a companion and things like that, but they still kind of look like just points in the sky. So, and that movement that we're seeing is from the atmosphere. And so I don't think it's very humid in Flagstaff right now. I can actually check the humidity that it is, but we're looking at light from very far away, and it's traveling again like light years away, and it's that light's going through our atmosphere that's made up of all these different gases that are all different densities and weights, and so they're all kind of moving around like water. So, you know, if you look at something like at the bottom of a lake or like the bottom of a pool or something, and it looks like when the water's moving like a rock is moving or something, but it's not, it's just the water. So it's the same thing like with these stars and these things. It looks like they're moving around, but they're not. It's the atmosphere kind of bending the light. And so in Flagstaff, right here, it is about 25% humidity. So it's not too humid right now, which is nice. Okay, let's see. Yeah, usually someone was outside operating the telescope. It was, I know, it's really nice in the summer. It's, you know, spring, summertime right now. And it was really hot earlier in the evening. And so this will be nice for when it does get cooler outside. And as an astronomer, what are you guys most excited about learning from the James Webb Telescope? And is June still the great unveiling? So I think for me, I don't know exactly, I don't know if I could speak for astronomers as a collective on like what people are excited about, but at least for me, I was reading this article about like the Hubble constant, and if you guys don't know what the Hubble constant is, it's basically like a value that tells you how much the universe is expanding. And so we don't have like a definitive number for that. Different instruments actually calculate different numbers. So like the Hubble telescope calculated something that's much different than like the Planck telescope, which I forget what they do. Hubble, I'm so bad with instruments. If anyone knows in the chat, please leave it in the chat. But they calculated different constants basically. And so James Webb, with its, you know, precision and everything, will hopefully be able to get a very, you know, pretty precise number of how much the universe is expanding and at what rate it is. So I'm excited for that. And I'm also excited for the pictures. I think they're going to be really cool. And so let's talk a little bit about Algebra here. And so again, it is a binary star system. It means the forehead of the lion. The name, like the catalog name, I guess, for the star is called Gamma Leonis. And so a lot of stars actually have like a Greek alphabet associated with it. So we have, you know, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, all those stars. And then what's following is the constellation. So Beta Leonis. So I think that means that it's actually the second brightest star in Leo. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, it's the double star system, and you can just barely make it out. I actually really enjoy looking at this one just visually through the eyepiece because it shows people how close little binary stars can get. I think another fun one, I haven't actually seen it before, but Sirius B, those really tight binaries. Yeah, 60 to 70 kilometers per second per megaparsecs. Yeah, exactly. That's what the Hubble constant is. It's very interesting value. All right, but so let's go on to our next object, because right now we're focusing on the bright stars, just because I think they're really interesting. But I also want to get some galaxies for us as well. So I'm going to turn to my left here, and we're going to go, well, actually, let me move it on here. There you go. Now we're going to move all the way to the end of Leo the Lion, and we're going to go to Denebula. All right, and I'm going to click go to, and you'll see the image above me, hopefully change. There we go. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, there she is. I'm going to make it look a little bit brighter, a little bit more exciting. Ooh, it also looks very blue. Another very blue star. So, I also believe Denebula is Arabic, and it means the lion's tail. And, oh my gosh, I said Beta Leonis for Algeba. I think I said Gamma Leonis at first and then switched it. Oh my god, my nose switched up. So Denebula is Beta Leonis, and this is the second brightest one. Algeba, Gamma, Alpha, Beta, Gamma. So the third brightest one is Algeba. This is the second one, Beta Leonis. And this is also a binary star, but it doesn't look like we can resolve it. Let me change the name. We're not looking at Algeba anymore. We're looking at Denebula. Beautiful. Yeah, I don't know if we can resolve this one. We could try. I mean, we saw how it looked when that exposure was down. No, doesn't look like it. I don't know what kind of telescope you would need to resolve it. Let's see what it says. It says, is a double star, unresolved to the naked eye, have a combined magnitude brighter than it. Yeah, so I think it's a trickier one. Let's make it brighter again. So beautiful. So yeah, this is our tail of the lion in Leo. And this is the last bright star that we will actually be looking at in Leo. But again, I think it's also a very beautiful, young, hot star. We've got that nice blue, kind of white hue to it. And I really like the crosshairs that you can see, and that's because of our telescope. And so, yes, we are using our 17-inch plane wave telescope. And in the mirror, you know, we have like our, I forget what they're called, brackets, you know. They hold the telescope together. I forget what they're called. Brackets. It's not brackets, something like that. And anyway, that's actually what we're seeing. That's what's making those kind of crosshairs there. If anyone knows what the name is, it's not the secondary holder. Yeah, but there's trusses. Is it trusses? I can't remember. Yeah, but so that's actually what's making that crosshairs there in the star. It's just an artifact. It's not actually there. So very, very pretty. I really enjoy seeing that. And the kind of blue hue around it. Very nice. Okay, let's see what we got. Braces, yeah, something. I don't know. It's gone. Let's see. Thank you, everyone, for such nice words. Despite the different readings and the speed of the expansion of the universe, is there an agreed-on conclusion that it is slowing down or speeding up while expanding? So it is agreed upon that it is speeding up. And so it's just what's the rate of that expansion, you know? Like, is it like 5 miles per hour? Is it like 10 miles per hour? Like, it's expanding and it is speeding up, but like, by how much? So, yeah. And it's funny because when we look at the beginning, like, this is going to sound So crazy. But when we look at the beginning of the universe, so when we look back in time, so that's what telescopes do. When we're looking at all these different things, we're looking back in time. We're doing literal time travel. That's what I tell people whenever we're looking at something. I especially tell kids that. I'm like, you're doing time travel. You're looking back in time. And so when we look at galaxies really far away, you know, like hundreds of millions of light years away, you know, those are from the beginning of the universe. And we actually see that objects and galaxies towards, you know, that are, you know, really, really old towards the beginning of the universe are actually moving how we think they should be moving, you know, just how physics works. You know, they're expanding at a normal rate, you know, things towards the center of galaxies are actually moving faster towards, and then at the outside they're slower. And then when we see things like kind of in our area of space-time, we see this weird artifact, which now we know is, well, I guess, I don't know if we know, but the theory is dark energy. And then we see that galaxies are actually rotating differently too, which is really interesting. So again, I really hope James Webb will be able to tell us more about this in detail, you know, just show us so many cool things. Do you have any advice for us amateur astronomers with small telescopes? Yeah, so it depends on kind of your level. If you've never used a telescope before and you're having some issues with your telescope, I would say practice during the daytime. I know it sounds counterintuitive. Don't look at the sun. Don't look at the sun or anything, but during the daytime, I would practice looking at, you know, things like mountains or trees or things like in the skyline that you can kind of align your telescope to, and then align your finder scope, and, you know, just try to see how it is moving your telescope during the day, and then you kind of can get used to it. And once you have things lined up, then at nighttime I would start focusing on brighter stars. And so things like in Leo, we have, you know, Regulus and Nebula. Up tonight, some of the brighter stars, there's Vega that's up tonight. We have Arcturus, Regulus, Spica, and so just some of the brighter stars. And I would get, you know, maybe like a sky app or something. Even use Stellarium here. You know, Stellarium is such a good tool for looking at these different things, and it's free, it's online, you don't even have to buy anything. And so, you know, you can see kind of where they are, and if you get it on your phone, you can actually like have the GPS aligned, so when you move your phone around, it can kind of tell you where it is. And then I'd practice looking at bright stars, and then from that I would start looking at, you know, still brighter but a little bit fainter objects, so maybe like binary stars, and then you can start, you know, getting into clusters and things like that. And so that's advice that I have for actually using the telescope. And I personally, I always like try to recommend people get accustomed to manual telescopes first before they get to the automated ones, because with automated ones you have to do like star lines and everything, and it's best that you know actually where the stars are and like how to use telescopes before you can get into all that automation. I think it's a lot easier when you actually can figure things out yourself beforehand. So definitely a manual telescope too. So yeah, here's Arcturus here. So again, let's look at some things in Leo here. So I wanted to start looking at some galaxies here. So what's fun about Leo, there's actually a triplet of galaxies. I always forget if they're like right below or right above it. They're right here. Here is the Leo triplet. So I want to take a look at some of these. And so this one's my favorite. I'm going to actually go to this one first. It's called the Hamburger Galaxy. And the actual name is NGC 3628. And it also has the name Sarah's Galaxy. I like that because my little sister, her name is Sarah. So let's move it to that one. And so actually what I'm going to do for this one is I'm going to type it in because I don't want to scroll in and find it. So I'm just going to type in NGC, what is it? 3628. 36. Perfect. And so if I click on it, it should go right there, yeah, see? So it's centered in right there. All right. And so all I have to do is click go to, and then it should go there. There we go. And so now my image is going to change here in just a second. And so now what I'm going to have to do is actually change the exposure time so we can actually get it, because right now there's nothing. And that's because you can't really see it because we're just looking at nothing. So let's change our exposure time. So what I'm doing kind of behind the scenes here is I'm adjusting the sensitivity of our camera, which is a Malin cam, and then changing the length of time that we're allowing the light to hit the camera. So I am adjusting it for about 20 seconds. I'm gonna see how that looks. I'm also just changing some little details in here. And so we're gonna allow maybe 20 seconds for our picture to show up. And in the meantime, let's see what you guys are saying. Hi from the Godo. Hi everyone. Oh, there it is. I never know which galaxies are above the horizon, so it's a 50-50 chance when asking for the NGCs. Yeah, same. The in and out galaxy. Yeah, any planets available for viewing? Unfortunately, the planets are actually up during the morning right now. So if you're an early riser, you're able to see the planets. But late in the evening, there's no planets out right now. Maybe just a little bit ago, Mercury was up just during sunset, but nothing right now. In a few months, I think around July, August is when the planets should be up around this time, which will be exciting. So we're just gonna wait until we can get some planets. But in the meantime, we got some cool galaxies. We got the Hamburger Galaxy here. And I'm actually going to adjust the exposure time just a little bit more and increase the sensitivity of my camera. I changed it about 5 more seconds so you can get a nice view. And then let me change the name here. We're not looking at the nebula. We're looking at, I'm not putting NGC, I'm putting hamburger. Hamburger. Nice. Let's see. Oh, that's looking so nice. Are there other 2 galaxies for vegan astronomers? You know what's funny is, so there's Leo, and Leo actually has a friend right next to it called Leo Minor, the little one, the little lion. And in Leo Minor, there's the Sliced Onion Galaxy. And I don't know, I think it's just an elliptical galaxy. Could look it up, but yeah, it's called the Sliced Onion Galaxy, which I think is funny. It's like, you know, the onion ran away from the hamburger galaxy. So there's that one. Hello from Colombia, hi. Is the Dwarf Planet series up right now? I can check on that. I don't know if it is. Let me switch to my Stellarium here so you guys can see. I know there's a search feature on here. Search. I don't use Stellarium too much to search objects up. I usually just have it and kind of look around. Oh, here we go. Series. Series 1, 2? What's that? Oh, no. Series is below the horizon. Yeah, a lot of those exciting planets and things, they're all below the horizon right now. So, unfortunately, Ceres is not up tonight. But that's why we're looking at galaxies. Could we see a star in Pisces? Oh, I don't think Pisces is up either. So I'll show you the zodiac constellations that we have up right now. So we have Gemini, which is setting very low. Is this adjusted for the right time? No, that's okay. This is basically what the sky looks like. So we have Gemini setting, Cancer. We have Leo. Oh my gosh, actually, I think I can I put the, no, I don't know how to use this. Cancer, Leo, those are the zodiac. We also have Virgo, Libra, we have Scorpio right here. And those are the zodiacs that are up right now. So the zodiac, if you guys don't know what the zodiac is, that's the path in the sky where the solar system is. And so if you think about it, the solar system's kind of like on a flat plane around the sun. So what happened is, you know, when the sun was being born in the nebula, not the nebula, the nebula. all of that gas and dust and stuff was around this little baby star, and the baby star is spinning really fast, and so it's spinning that material out like pizza dough. It's flattening it out. And so we have a flat solar system. Not really, it's like 3D, but the solar system is on this flat plane. And we can project that line into the sky, which is called the ecliptic or the zodiac. And so that's why everyone has their own zodiac, because that's also where the sun goes. And so when you're born, your zodiac is what constellation the sun is in. And so if it's like your birthday right now, your zodiac constellation is not going to be up right now. It's up during the day. That's where the sun is. So. But yeah, Pisces isn't up right now, basically. Great galaxy view. Yeah, let's go back to our galaxy. Looks so beautiful. Hamburger Galaxy. Let me look up some cool things about the Hamburger Galaxy. Let me see how big it is and how far away it is. It is, it's an unbarred spiral galaxy about 35 million light years away. And it was discovered by William Herschel. That's cool. And it's about 13 billion years old. That sounds about right for a galaxy. 35 million light years away. Yeah. Cool. So, an unbarred spiral galaxy. What does that mean? So we have different galaxies. There's actually like a chart of galaxies. And we have ellipticals and we have spirals, and there's some in between, some kind of out of that. But yeah, basically there's ellipticals and spirals. And in that category of spiral galaxies, there is some of them that actually have like a bar in the center. So they called it a barred spiral galaxy. I think there's one up tonight actually that we can look at. So there's a barred spiral galaxy, and then there's some without a bar. So they're just, kind of like a pinwheel looking shape. And so this one, the Hamburger Galaxy, is an unbarred spiral galaxy. And so what we're seeing, I'm going to zoom in actually on this hamburger. Oh, so cool. So I'm actually going to stack this image. I'm going to see if we can stack it, just so we can get some of that noise and get it a little bit more clear. I totally forgot about the stacking. Cool. So we're going to stack it. Let's see how it looks. And so what we're seeing is all this dark kind of band. Those are the spiral arms of the galaxy. And that's actually where all the activity in galaxies happen, is in the arms. And so there's all that gas and dust in the arms of the galaxy. Yeah, the dust lane. And that gas and dust is making baby stars. And then those baby stars have planets around them. That's where, we are in the arms of our Milky Way galaxy. And then in the center, you can see it's really, really bright. And that brightness comes from a density of very, very old stars called the core of the galaxy. And in the core of the galaxy, all those stars are kind of gravitationally bound to one another, and they're all going around the central supermassive black hole. So in the center of galaxies, we do think there are black holes, but they're supermassive. They're really big black holes. And then all the stars kind of go around them in the center. And what's fun about that is there's some objects up in the sky called globular star clusters, which we can take a look at as well, that we actually think are the cores of proto-galaxies that the Milky Way sucked up. So there are these little ones that the Milky Way sucked up, and they're going around the outside. Just a theory. Meteor shower Monday night. Oh my God, I have to tell you guys all about that. So yeah, on Monday, while this stacks and we get some of the noise out of the way, I can already tell that it's looking a lot better. But yeah, on Monday night, if you live in the Southwest United States, or, Northwest, Mexico kind of area, there will be a meteor storm coming from, I believe it's the comet Schwarzmann-Wachmann 1. My colleague Teddy Coretta would be very upset that I don't know the name of it. But I believe it's coming from that comet. And so this meteor storm is going to be different from a meteor shower, because but at least in Flagstaff, I don't know the time conversions, but at least here in Flagstaff from like 8 to 11 o'clock at night, these meteors, there'll be, I think, at least almost 1,000 an hour. It's going to be intense. It's going to be like those things that you see in movies, you know, when movies show meteor showers and it's just like falling stars constantly, and you're like, that's not what happens during a meteor shower. That's what happens during meteor storms. And I actually didn't know about meteor storms until I started working on asteroids. I thought it was just all, you know, people not understanding how like meteor showers worked, and you know, popular culture seeing those paintings and stuff, but they actually happen where there's so many falling. And so when I say falling stars, they're not actually stars, right? They're just little rocks falling through Earth's atmosphere and burning up. And so because when they do that, they burn really brightly, so people think it looks like a star that's, you know, shooting through our atmosphere, but it's not. They're little rocks. Sometimes they're space debris, unfortunately. And what I tell people is, if you're really lucky and you wish upon a shooting star, it could just be astronaut poop, but you don't know. Yeah. Space. I think this picture looks really nice. I'm gonna actually take a picture of it. And once I take a picture of some of these things, I can actually edit them. So let me see. That's not what I want. Adjust, curve. So we can like get this color curve, and I can just bend it and get some adjustments so we can see, ooh, some more detail. No. Oh, how cool. This is cheating. Cheating just a little bit. Okay, now I'm just messing it up. What's fun is if I mess it up, I can just click reset. And then it's fine. All right, so it is 10:50. I'm planning on doing this until I get bored. So we can look at anything. So we have the Hamburger Galaxy, we looked at the Nebula, Algebra, Regulus. Let me look at one more thing in Leo, and then I'll start doing some requests. So let's go to one more deep space object in Leo. And so I actually have a list of things. If you guys, there's the skylive.com, which actually tells you objects that are in constellations. And so that's what I use. And so let's do one more. Let's do another Leo triplet, one of the Leo triplets. So we're at the Hamburger, so let's go to M66. We'll go to that one. So let me switch here. All right. Oh. M66. Perfect. And you can see it's right next to it. My little yellow thing popped up right next to it. And let's go. 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 And now I have to stop this exposure though. Yep. It's yelling at me. All right, so we just moved it. So let me show you guys my thing. And I'm going to stop this exposure, and I'm gonna undo the stacking. And we're gonna let's do the same exposure time, about 25 seconds. Let's see how that looks for M66, and then we'll start stacking it once we get it. So let's back up. Here's our last view of that beautiful Hamburger Galaxy. I don't know if we'll see the sliced onion one tonight. Maybe. And while we wait for that, let's see what you guys are saying. There's only onion in the burger, no coleslaw veggie. Nope. Libra. There are some bright clusters up right now. M13, yep, M13 is up. Virgo Galaxy Cluster. Okay, could do that one. Sombrero. Some of the things you guys are commenting, so funny. Can you take us to Orion, please? So unfortunately, Orion has set. So Orion is not up for us tonight. So I'm just adjusting this exposure. It's just a little bit too long. We're getting a little bit of over exposure from the core. Actually, I don't know. That kind of looks good. We'll see what this does. I put it just to 23 seconds instead of 25. Let's see. It's almost done. We're at 20 seconds now. Yeah, there is the cigar galaxy, there's the sombrero galaxy, there's the hamburger. Oh, I think that did look better. So let's start stacking it. Well, maybe I'll lower it just another second or two. Just because I can. And then I'll stack it. They should change the burger to taco. I wonder if there is a taco galaxy. Let's see. Taco galaxy? No, there's no taco galaxy. There's a restaurant called Galaxy Taco that keeps popping up. Can you try to control the resolution of the image, please? Yeah, so it's a little difficult because what I'm doing, oh, look, we can get one of the other Leos. It's right there in the corner. So what I'm doing is I'm like zooming in on our picture. So this is what our picture usually looks like. It's all kind of zoomed out. And if I zoom in, it kind of makes it a little bit more blurrier. And so that's the reason why I'm stacking the image, is to kind of get rid of that noise from around it, make it look a little bit more smoother. And so I'm not a professional astrophotographer by any means. I wish I was. Some of the pictures that I see some, people who do astrophotography get just blow my mind. I wish I could do that. I would say I'm very much a novice, very much a beginner. And we don't have a filter wheel on our telescope. There's no filter, it's just raw light. And the reason why that is because this telescope that we use, the plane wave, the Malacan system, this is meant for, it's not for professional astrophotography, really. It's more of an educational thing. And so when people come up to the open deck observatory, we can quickly move it to different objects and show people things and talk about things and educate people on objects, compared to like just letting it sit there and get a beautiful, beautiful picture. And it can do that. It can definitely do that. But the main purpose of it is to be able to have people see all these different galaxies and different things in like 5 minutes. We can move the telescope to so many different objects in 5 minutes and get really good pictures, and see a lot of detail, which I think is really cool. So, yeah, and I think it does have more imaging tools, but again, I'm not super professional on it. And so I'm changing the name because this is not the Hamburger Galaxy anymore. This is M66. That's what we're looking at. So let's talk about M66 here. So it is stacking a little bit here. So we can see the bright core. Let me go over here. The bright core in the center, that's what I was talking about before. That's where the supermassive black hole is. That's where that density of stars is. All surrounding there, they're all really, really close together and really bright. And then all around the edges there, you can see the dust lanes, the arms of this spiral galaxy. Is this one a bard? I don't think it is. I don't see a bard. But let me double check. I don't want to be wrong. And what's funny is I'm just looking up all of these things. Yep, it's just an intermediate spiral galaxy in Leo. And so yeah, I really like it. You can really see a lot of detail in the arms. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Can I? Maybe I'm already max zoomed in. But you can see how it's darker in some of these portions. So that's where the gas and dust is really thick. It's really, really dense, blocking out a lot of the light from the stars in there. And then around it, you can see how it's a little bit brighter. And that's where those baby stars are, or just regular stars, main sequence stars. Yeah, very nice. And then in this corner here, just, oh, you can't really see it, but he's in the corner. There's a galaxy right there. Yeah. Yeah, so dim the image, all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, if I wanted to spend the time to do that and really mess with this all night, I can. But again, I'm trying to focus on more of the educational aspect and talking to you guys about it and then moving on to something else. I don't want to spend, all night on just one object. So, yeah. So there is M66. So let's see, does anyone have any requests? It is kind of getting to that time where I can take anyone's request. I'm seeing everything that I'd like to see in Leo. Sombrero, I'm seeing lots of requests for Sombrero. I have to see if Sombrero is up. I think it is, but I have to double check. Yeah, Orion isn't up. Whirlpool is. Whirlpool's up. Okay. And yeah, Jupiter is up in the morning. So all the planets there are up in the morning. And yeah, I'm just having fun basically. Sirius, oh, Sirius unfortunately is too low in the sky as well. Sirius is set. Yeah. Too low in the sky. You can see Capella and everyone here. So let's do Sombrero. Let's see if Sombrero's up. Let's go to the search window. Sombrero. Perfect. That's right above Corvus the Crow. So let's zoom in so you guys kind of get a sneak peek of what we're going to look at. We're going to be looking at the Sombrero galaxy. And so this is a very nice spiral galaxy. You can see that dust lane, you can see the center. And so the reason why people call it the Sombrero is because when you look at it kind of with just, you know, with your eye, you can see that dust lane and then you can see the brightness, and people think it kind of looks like the brim of a sombrero, and then the brightness is like the hat. So let's move our telescope to it. So all I have to do on the Planewayne software is just look up sombrero. And then it should go right over there. There it is. Right there, right above Corvus. Okay. Hopefully there's not a tree in the way. See, here's the thing. Here's the only downfall about not being outside controlling the telescope is I can't see what's going on out there. I can't see if there's any clouds. I can't see if there's a tree. So we're just going to have to see for ourselves. So let's go to that one. Here we go. So we just moved it. Oh, and you can see in my image here, we got some streaking going on, and that's because I moved the telescope while I was taking an exposure. And so it took an exposure of those stars moving. So I'm going to stop the exposure, and Sombrero's small and kind of bright. So I'm going to go down to 14 seconds, and we're going to see how that looks. So, how large is the refractor lens? So we're using a plane wave. It's actually a reflector, and I believe it's 14 inches. Oh, look at that. Let's change the name. I keep losing my mouse. Sombrero Galaxy. Beautiful. Look at that. I love that one. She is so cute. I'm going to lower the exposure just a little bit more, just so I can, I don't know, see how it looks. We'll see. Yeah, such a beautiful galaxy. Let me look up some fun things about the Sombrero Galaxy. So the Sombrero Galaxy is actually called a peculiar galaxy of unclear classification. So like I was saying, it's in between Corvus and Virgo right now. Hi, Chuck, Astrophotography. Oh, hi. I think I follow you on TikTok. But yeah, this is a late stream. And so we started so I'm here in Flagstaff, Arizona. We're at Lowell Observatory, live from the GODO, the Giovanni Open Deck Observatory. And so we started at 10 o'clock, but starting the next time we stream, it's going to be starting at 11, so it's going to be even later. But that's good for us because then we can get some really cool objects. So what was I saying? Anyway, about the Sombrero Galaxy. It is about 30 million light years away from Earth. That sounds about right. And the radius, so just half the size of it, is about 25,000 light years. And it's about 13 billion years old. Again, that makes sense. Yeah, so it says it's a peculiar galaxy, you know, and like I was talking about earlier, how there's the different classifications of the galaxies. You can generalize, there's elliptical, and there's spirals, and then from in there, you can go more in depth about the different, you know, galaxies. And so peculiar galaxy, I actually don't know too much about peculiar galaxies. It looks like a spiral to me. So I believe it's just unusual size, shape, or composition. And 5 to 10% of galaxies are actually peculiar. So that's very interesting. I don't think it looks too peculiar. I think it looks very nice. but that's just me. So there's our beautiful sombrero galaxy. Does anyone else have any recommendations? Let me scroll up in the chat here. Ooh, a comet. I don't know how comets are gonna look. Unless it is like kind of a higher magnitude comet, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get it. I don't know if Stellarium tells me the magnitude of things. Let's see. Oh, let me put this here so you can see. Comet C 2017 K2. Stellarium's not telling me. Yeah, comets, I'm gonna have to look into that one. For getting comets and seeing those and looking them up. Because I don't know where that one is. If I knew where it is. M97. Oh, Antenna Galaxy is right below it. Right below Sombrero. I know M97 is different. Let's see, is this one up? Oh, the Owl Eye. Is this the Owl Eye? I hope it is. Where's this one? Oh, it's an Ursa Major. Okay, let's go to this one. I like this one. So let's go back to our plane wave software. Again, I'm turning to the left. This is where it is. 97. And so for people just joining or who have been viewing for a little bit but not since the beginning, welcome to Interactive Stargazing 2.0. My name is Hannah, and I'm not a professional astrophotographer. I'm actually a research scientist, and surprisingly, a research scientist you would think would know all about the night sky, but we don't. At least I don't. I don't know all about the night sky. I would try my best to, though. And I think it's so much fun being able to look at the different things, show people different things, and talk about them. So yeah, let's see. This one is an Ursa Major. It's in the Big Dipper. And so we're going to go to this Owl Nebula here. And so we're using our plane wave telescope at the Geo Valley Open Deck Observatory. Right behind me. I am outside right now. No, I'm not. This is a green screen. They got me a green screen to do this. I think it's so nice. Thank you so much, Lowell. And so we're using this telescope here. This is our 17-inch plane wave, and right behind it there is a Malincam. It's a camera. It's just like a DSLR, you know, there's no filter, nothing fancy. We're just, you know, taking pictures of things and seeing what they look like. Right now we got the owl eye coming up here. So we're going to change this exposure so we can get it a little bit better. Do 16 seconds, see how that one looks. And yeah, that's what we're doing, just kind of hanging out and showing you guys some cool things. So here is our Owl Eye Nebula. So this is a planetary nebula, and oh, that's getting there. Let me increase the exposure even more. We're gonna do 26 seconds. I was doing like 16, so I upped it a lot more. I'm just playing with some of the details there. And so this is a planetary nebula, I believe. Oh, and let's change it. We're looking at Owl Eye Nebula. Beautiful. Look at that! We can start to see some color. So planetary nebulas, they're some of my favorite nebulas that are up in the sky. So the reason why I like them is because there are the remnant of a dead star. I just think it's so cool to show people planetary nebulas. Like, you're looking at a dead star. Like, you can still see the dead star. Like, it's still there. Even though it's dead, you can still see it. I love that gas and dust just all around it. So what happens? How does the star die? You know, what's going on? So stars, in the center of this star, there was hydrogen and helium. Hydrogen was fusing with hydrogen to make helium, right? And there's only like a finite amount of hydrogen in the core of a star. And so once it runs out of hydrogen, then it starts fusing helium into heavier elements, and that's when the death starts to happen. So the outer layers of the star start to swell up, and these are just small stars. So small stars, they're like sun-like stars. Yeah, these sun-like stars. I forget what's the range that a planetary nebula can be. I think it's like less than 10 solar masses or something like that. Something. But so the outer layers start to swell up and they start to kind of shed off. And when that happens, that's when we get this gas and dust that's kind of drifting off. I like to say like a bath bomb. So it's kind of shedding off the core of the star. And so what we're left with is in the center there is a white dwarf. And that's the core of the dead star. And so that core now is basically just metal. And it's still really hot. I mean, stars, they're really, really hot. And so it's like really hot metal, and you can still see it. It's really bright. But eventually it'll cool down, and we won't be able to see it, but we can now. And then we can still see the outer layers of what was that star. And then the different colors represent to what elements were in that star. So red usually is associated with hydrogen, and blue, I believe, is like oxygen. So yeah. So I'm just reading the comments, seeing if you guys have any other suggestions. Black Eye Galaxy, yes, we do have the Black Eye Galaxy is up right now. I think I'm gonna take maybe 1 or 2 more suggestions, just because as much as I would love to do this all night, I mean, I'm gonna ask them maybe if I could do this for a while, but I'm not outside. And so there actually someone still has to be outside at the Godo watching the telescopes. And I would feel bad making someone stand outside all night just to watch the telescopes while I'm in here having fun. So I'll take maybe 1 or 2 more requests. Oh, thank you so much, Chuck, for the donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Is the blue oxygen gas? Yes, I think so. Yeah, an asteroid. Oh my gosh, I would love to see an asteroid. So the best way to see an asteroid is we'd have to start in the beginning of the night. And so I will make sure we can do this for the next stream. So in the beginning of the night, what we'll do is we'll go to this asteroid and we'll take a picture. And we'll take a picture of the asteroid, and then at the end of the night, we'll take another picture. And then hopefully within the time from the beginning and towards the end of the stream, that asteroid would have moved a little bit. And then we can blink the pictures back and forth, just like how Clyde Tombaugh did to find Pluto. We can blink them back and forth and see the asteroid move. That's my favorite thing to do. I love doing that. And yeah, so we will save that for next time. I'll be sure to get one. Pillars of creation. I don't think pillars of creation are high enough right now. Yeah, we have our Scorpios up though. You know what I love about Scorpio is this star, D Shuba. Some of the stars, I love their names. They're so much fun. Blink comparator! Exactly. If you guys haven't visited Lowell and seen the blink comparator, we actually have it here. It used to be in the Smithsonian, but they returned it to us, and so now it's at the Rotunda Museum. All right. Someone said the Black Eye Galaxy, so let's do the Black Eye Galaxy. Let me show you guys where it is in the sky, and then we'll go there. I think it's in Coma Berenices. I think my supervisor earlier was talking about it. Black Eye Galaxy. Oh,